Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
So I see two council members. Claudia, are you here?
I'm here. Johnson.
Okay. Okay. All right. So let's see.
You have a quorum.
Okay. Thank you. So welcome everyone to the special open session to hear public comment before closed session. Would you call the roll, please, Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Bates, is absent. Councilmember Jimenez. Councilmember Jimenez. Vice Mayor Johnson.
Present.
Councilmember Martinez.
Here.
Councilmember McLaughlin. Councilmember McLaughlin.
Here.
Councilmember Willis
Here.
and Mayor Butt.
I'm here.
And I want to go back to Councilmember Jimenez. Okay, it's absent, and Councilmember Bates.
Present.
Okay, thank you.
I think Councilmember Jimenez is here, but she didn't
I
answer.
see her name, but she's
Yeah,
not answering.
okay. I'm sure she just stepped away.
Okay, would you read the closed session items, please, Madam Clerk?
Yes, this evening during closed session, the council will discuss the following items: conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Richmond Shoreline Alliance, Sprawl Deaf, Citizens for East Shore Parks, Sunflower Alliance, and Green Action for Health and Environmental Justice versus City of Richmond. And the next case under existing litigation is Sprawl Deaf et al. Versus City of Richmond, North Coast Rivers Alliance et al., Point Melody Alliance et al. Versus City of Richmond. Under conference with legal counsel anticipated litigation, there's 3 cases. Under public employee discipline / dismissal / release, title city manager and city attorney. And under conference with labor negotiators, agency representatives, Jack Hughes, employee organizations, SEIU Local 1021 full-time unit, SEIU Local 1021 part-time unit, IFPTE Local 21 mid-level management unit, IFPTE Local 21 executive management unit, Richmond Police Officers Association, RPOA, Richmond Police Management Association, RPMA, IAFF Local 188, and Richmond Fire Management Association, RFMA.
It is now time for public comment on any items that are on the closed session agenda. Do you have any speakers?
Yes, we do. And Ursula, please call the speakers.
The speakers are phone number ending in 5715, Jim Hansen, Amanda Legault, Tarnell Abbott, E. Choi, Jeannie Quartz, Janice Eagleston, and Pam Stello. You will have up to 2 minutes to address the City Council. And phone number ending in 5715, please state your name for the record.
Hi, everyone. It's former council member J.L. Myrick. You good? Everyone can hear me?
Yes.
I'll assume you can. Okay, perfect. So good to talk to everyone. I know you haven't heard from me all year. And kind of, the reason I wanted to reach out today during this meeting is for the item regarding public employee discipline dismissal, which obviously the mayor has talked about in his e-forum why he's pushing it. And I guess I'm just calling in to say something that's obvious and that should be obvious, but unfortunately in the post-Trump world seems to not be so obvious, which is that for a sitting elected official to use their power to terminate the employment of someone because of how they were handling an investigation of that official is a definition of abuse of power. So obviously, there's a problem there, and that's not something that could happen. I want to be careful. I'm not going to say anything that's outside of what the mayor's already said in his e-forum. But even from reading the e-forum, it's very clear that whatever actions the city manager took happened after conferring with city council. And so none of it sounds like a rogue city manager to me. What I'm reading is from the e-forum, what's very, very clear is that you had a city manager and a city attorney who came in and were trying to figure out how to handle a very sensitive situation. And so the idea of handling that by having an independent person who is not connected to the city to be in charge of that seems logical to most people. And I think most people would agree with that. If you take out individuals, regardless of what you know about the specific situation, that it should be handled by someone who's independent, who doesn't have a bias, who doesn't have any loyalties, who doesn't have anything like that. makes the most sense. And at the end of the day, that's what the city manager is being accused of doing. So I want to be very careful. You know, the mayor and I were on the same side in opposing the last time
Oh,
a city
thank
manager
you.
got
Your time
fired.
has expired. Next speaker is Jim Hansen.
Thank you, Council. Jim Hansen, Richmond resident. I'll be very brief. I want to again thank the council for seeking settlement on the conflicting litigation on Point Bellotti, which I guess appears to be on your agenda closed session again tonight. And as you know, or the public may not know, the developer of Point Bellotti applied to initiate an amendment to the Bay Plan for Point Bellotti from the Bay Conservation Development Commission last week. And this was to change Point Bellotti from a park priority to the massive mixed-use development proposal. The BCDC is mirroring a lot of the concerns of residents and they said, whoa, wait a minute. They did not go ahead with this, as some of you know, and a lot of the public may not know. And they said, we really need to look at this carefully. And we basically, Supervisor Joya made the comment that if the council is to proceed in a positive, constructive way to try to settle this conflicting litigation, they should be given the chance. And they agreed with that by an overwhelming vote. So, council, you're getting support for this direction. And so I just want to encourage you to continue in that way. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Amanda Legault. Amanda?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, hello to all. My name is Amanda Paricio Legault and have been with the city close to 11 years. 1021 members are dedicated workers that take pride in their work. Having a strong contract is very important to all members of 1021. Although I am the only parking enforcement rep for the entire city, I still work very hard and do it with pride. I am by myself because the city had provided unfair wages. And let me emphasize, had provided unfair wages, which made others go to different cities or go to different positions in the city that had fair wages that are not in 1021. The city needs to maintain current employees by providing a strong and fair contract. The city needs to attract new employees with a strong and fair contract. I yield my time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is B. Choi.
Hello, this is Ben Choi, resident of City of Richmond and former City Council member. I wanted to speak on the issue in regards to the city manager and the city attorney. I want to start by saying that I believe they have both done an estimable job under normal circumstances and under the actual terrible circumstances under which we currently operate. They've done a stellar job, an excellent job, in my opinion. You're both excellent wartime consigliere, in my opinion. But even if I was not a fan, I would still be here to speak today because I think former council member Myrick's framed it well. I just don't understand how we can ponder firing city employees for doing the ethical thing. So, as Councilmember Myrick said, they acted after conferring with the council, and they acted. I won't go into it, obviously, like he said, but they acted under the highest ethical standards, and I believe that's what they achieved. So, just want to speak in support of them on this item. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jeannie Quartz.
Yes, good afternoon. Jeannie Quartz, Richmond resident. My comments are twofold. First, please move forward with settlement agreements for both Point Bellotti and the AstraZeneca campus-based site. Point Melati as public land should remain public land and become a world-class park under the supervision of the East Bay Regional Park District. The AstraZeneca site should not be developed until there's a full residential cleanup. The tragic condo collapse in Florida is now thought to have happened because of water intrusion, which rusted the rebar and caused the concrete to fail. Sea level rise, predicted as a 10-foot rise by the end of the century, will most certainly affect the concrete slab, not to mention earthquakes, and cause a failure that will affect the integrity of the buildings and release of a whole slew of toxins that will make people sick. This is an EPA qualified Superfund site. It must be cleaned up to residential standards. Second, do not move forward to fire the city attorney and the city manager. Tom Budd has gone too far with intimidation, bullying, and violation of the Brown Act by disclosing in his e-form what should have been kept confidential because the whistleblower issue was discussed in closed session. He also publicly wrote the whistleblower's name in his e-form, making her susceptible to threats and intimidation by Mayor Butt's small band of supporters. I know what that is like. Tom Budd has attacked me personally in his e-form, plus other people I know, because they and I do not agree with his policies. Tom Budd is an embarrassment to the city of Richmond. I have never experienced a mayor who behaves in the manner he does. His behavior reminds me of a particular past US president, that being number 45. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Janice Eggleston.
Good afternoon, Mayor Butt and City Council members and city staff members to the extent they're there. My name is Janice Eggleston and I am a resident of District 5. I'm also a plaintiff's lawyer and have been so for the past 30 years. And in doing so, in my career, I have represented public entity employees in their claims against the city, county, whatever public entity. As part of my duties, I have regularly filed charges of discrimination, harassment, and retaliation with the Department of Fair Employment and Housing and whistleblower retaliation claims under the Labor Code, either with the DIR or in civil suits. I want to thank you for the opportunity today to have to petition you, our city government officials, to effect productive, positive changes in our city. The purpose of my comments today are to address the third item on the closed session of the personnel matters related to the city attorney and the city manager. I urge the city council to deny the mayor's demand that the city attorney and the city manager resign. And I ask the city council to vote no on any discipline, dismissal, or release for each of the city attorney and city manager. I also ask that the mayor resign or the city council discipline him per the remedies allowed under the Brown Act for having violated the Brown Act. And in particular, section 5963C2 and D. I also ask the city council to refer this matter to the grand jury for investigation under subsection C3 for the mayor's intentional violation of the Brown Act when he made a 623 public disclosure of the content of a
Your time has
confidential.
expired. Our next speaker is Pam Stello.
Good evening. Whoops, sorry. Good evening. My name is Pam Stello. I'm a Richmond resident. First, I want to thank Janice Eggleston for her comments, and I fully support them. And I want to speak to Jim Hanson's comments. I want to thank the council for moving towards a settlement. I just want to give some background that that many, maybe not all council members know, but Tom Butt, Jim Levine, and John Salmon had proposed a housing plan for Point Melati in 1997. At that point, the council called Point Melati the most dangerous cul-de-sac in the world, and the plan was defeated. The same people were behind the casino plan in 2004. The same people were behind the housing plan in 2016. The same people were behind the backroom deal in 2019. All this was without a public process. Then Tom used the settlement deal to limit the public planning process that he finally allowed, that the Point Melati Advisory Committee had been asking for forever. And he finally allowed it because he could limit public comments to support his plan. Tom also killed two $80 million deals for Point Melati Regional Park during this time. So please don't let Tom supersede the public good. Settle the Point Melati litigation for a world-class park in the public interest. And otherwise, it's decades more of litigation. This has been going on for decades, and we don't need decades more of litigation that is draining the general fund because of legal fees that are really unnecessary. The money is there, the support is there. Please settle the Point Melati litigation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Doria.
Hi, my name is Doria Mueller-Beilschmidt. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I'm a Richmond resident, and I'd like to speak first to the AstraZeneca site. And I got involved in this about 9 months ago, back in November 2020. Pretty shocked about what I was hearing and really ignorant to the whole situation otherwise. So, you know, I followed what happened in between Thanksgiving and Christmas, and it was rather appalling. Seemed rather inappropriate, to use a DTSC term. And since then, I've attended lots and lots of meetings, and I've been learning a lot. CAG meetings, Richmond Shoreline Alliance meetings, DTSC statewide, local meetings. And, you know, I have to say, I mean, I'm aware of Stafford Chemical from my previous work in around pesticides, but I have to say, I don't understand why the Richmond Shoreline, Southeast Richmond Shoreline Area Community Advisory Group, or CAG, isn't really taken very seriously. They are so outstanding. The work they do for no pay and no profit is to protect and to understand and to know where it, you know, trying to cover up knowledge is just the, I mean, it seems to be what's happening more on the other side. Let's just plow forward with big buildings, big profit on a site that is very scary. I really hope that the council can move forward and close this matter and rethink and reassess. The 3A remediation is not appropriate in any way. And also, I'd like to echo what Jim Hansen, Pam Stello, kudos to the council and of course the BCDC's concern and reevaluation.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Our next speaker is Tarnal Abbott.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Tarnal Abbott, and I am a Richmond resident. And I agree with much of what has been said already. I urge the council to do settlements for both Point Melati and Seneca. These are terrible projects that have been forced forward against the will of the people of Richmond. And that will was demonstrated in the election of last November. And Mr. Butt, I think that it is very unwise of you to have broken the Brown Act by your revealing what you did in your e-forum, about including revealing a whistleblower's name. And I think you should be held accountable for that. I think that it is not in anybody's interest to try to fire or harass the city attorney and the city manager in regards, while they are pursuing an investigation of you. I think it's you're doing yourself no favor by advocating for that, and transparency has to happen. Now, I may not agree with them on any or most of the things that they do, but I think in this case, the city had better let them do their job. And, you know, if you are in violation, then you need to get out of running the city, because you are an embarrassment. And it's pretty appalling. There's, what you do, whether it's you do it up front or not, isn't right. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. That was our last speaker.
Okay, we are now adjourned to closed session.
City Clerk, sorry, I am here. I couldn't say anything because I was having problems with my computer.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, this is Richard from KCRT Television. I want to check on a name of attendee, RPD user. I just wanted to see who you are. RPD user, if you're there. Hi, this is Richard from KCRT Television. I'm trying to talk to RPD user who's in the attendees right now. I just wanted to double check who you are. RPD user, if you're there, your microphone is open. So if you can respond back, that would be great. Thank you. Jacine, this is Richard from KCRT. I'm going to mute your microphone until we start the meeting.
we might have to go to Laura's after this, guys.
Okay, so I see a quorum. Madam Clerk, are you ready to go?
I am.
Okay, so welcome everyone to the special meeting of the Richmond Housing Authority. Would you call the roll, please?
Jesus Christ. I mean,
Yes, let's see. Commissioner Bates,
I am present.
Commissioner Jimenez. Commissioner Jimenez. Okay, she's absent. Vice Chair Johnson,
here.
Commissioner Martinez. Commissioner Martinez. Okay, he's absent. Commissioner McLaughlin. Commissioner McLaughlin is absent. Commissioner Willis,
Here.
Chair Butt,
Here.
and Tenant Commissioner Scott. Tenant Commissioner Scott. I saw her earlier. Tenant Commissioner Scott. Okay, I see
Here.
that. Okay, thank you.
Here.
Okay, Commissioner Jimenez, are you here?
Yeah, present.
Commissioner Martinez
Yes, here.
and Commissioner McLaughlin. Okay, I have Commissioner McLaughlin as absent.
Okay, would you play the public comment instructional video, please?
Due to COVID-19, this meeting will be conducted via Zoom pursuant to the provisions of the Governor's Executive Order N-29-20, which suspends certain requirements of the Brown Act. The Mayor will call upon council members, staff, and other guest speakers by name. Please speak clearly and state your name before giving comments or remarks. Council members, staff, and guest speakers participating via Zoom with their cameras enabled are reminded that their activities are visible to viewers. Community members participating via Zoom wishing to speak should use the raised hand feature or dial *9 if participating via phone, and the mayor or city clerk will call upon them at the appropriate time. Community members will have up to 2 minutes to speak, 3 minutes for public hearings. After the speaker's time expires, staff will lower their hand and mute their mic. Community members participating via phone will be called upon to speak by the last 4 digits of their phone number. Public input and participation are of the utmost importance to the City of Richmond City Council. Therefore, it is important for public speakers to be ready to address the council when called upon. Public speakers are requested to state their names and city of residence, but providing such information is voluntary. Written public comments received before and during the meeting in accordance with the COVID-19 public comment guidelines printed on the meeting agenda will be entered into the record and published at the clerk's office webpage. If authors of written correspondence would also like to speak on the item, they should raise their hand when prompted by the mayor, and the city clerk will call upon them at the appropriate time. A roll call vote will be taken for all action items. The meeting can be seen on KCRT's TV channel and is being streamed on Zoom, YouTube, and KCRT.com. Thank you for participating in a meeting of the City of Richmond City Council.
Debido a COVID-19, esta reunión se llevará a cabo a través de Zoom, en conformidad con las secciones de la orden ejecutiva del gobernador N-2920, que suspende ciertos requisitos de la Ley Brown. El alcalde llamará a los concejales, a los empleados de la ciudad y a otros invitados a hablar por nombre. Por favor, hable claramente y diga su nombre antes de dar su comentario. Se recuerda a los concejales, empleados de la ciudad y otros invitados participando a través de Zoom con sus cámaras encendidas que sus actividades son visibles al público. Miembros de la comunidad participando a través de Zoom que deseen hablar deberían de usar la función levantar la mano, en inglés raise hand, o marcar *9 si están participando por teléfono. El alcalde y la secretaria municipal llamarán a los oradores en el momento apropiado. Miembros de la comunidad tendrán hasta 2 minutos para hablar y 3 minutos para temas de audiencias públicas. Después de que se expire el tiempo de orador, se le bajará la mano y el micrófono será silenciado. Miembros de la comunidad participando por teléfono serán llamados para su turno usando los últimos 4 dígitos de su número de teléfono. Los comentarios y la participación del público son de suma importancia para el Consejo Municipal. Por lo tanto, es importante que los oradores públicos estén listos para dar sus comentarios al Consejo Municipal cuando sean llamados. Se pide que los oradores públicos indiquen sus nombres y ciudad de residencia, pero proveer dicha información es voluntario. Comentarios escritos recibidos antes y durante la reunión, de acuerdo con las reglas designadas para comentario público durante el COVID-19, imprimidos en la agenda de la reunión, serán ingresados en el registro y se publicarán en la página web de la Secretaría Municipal. Si los autores de la correspondencia escrita también desean hablar sobre el tema, deberían levantar la mano cuando sea pedido por el alcalde, y la Secretaría Municipal los llamará en el momento apropiado. Se realizará una votación nominal para todos los puntos de acción. La reunión se podrá ver en el canal de televisión de KCRT y también se transmitirá en Zoom, YouTube y kcrt.com. Gracias por participar en una reunión de Consejo Municipal de la ciudad de Richmond.
Okay, the next item is, the next item is item C, statement of conflict of interest. Somebody's got 2 speakers on. Are there any conflicts of interest? Not hearing any. Next item is a report from the executive director.
Good evening, commissioners. I have nothing to report this evening. Thank you.
No news is good news.
City Clerk, I just want to let you know I'm on here.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, next item is open forum for public comment. Make sure people understand this is open forum for the Richmond Housing Authority meeting, not for the city council meeting. Do we have any speakers, Madam Clerk?
It looks like we have 1 speaker. And Mr. Walsberg, are you speaking on the Housing Authority meeting? Ursula, can you make sure that he's speaking on the Housing Authority meeting?
Hey,
This is the Housing Authority meeting.
Hey, I pressed the wrong button, man. I gotta have to talk on the regular open forum, so.
Okay, thank you. We don't have any speakers.
Okay, thank you. Next item is agenda review. Anybody want to change anything on the consent calendar? Not hearing any requests.
Quick question, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Chair. I see that we have 2 Housing Authority consent calendars. Will we be taking them at the same time or individually?
I think they're separate meetings.
Right.
One meeting is the Housing Authority only, and the other one is the joint meeting of the city.
Okay, yep, correct. I misread that. My apologies.
So we're now down to the consent calendar. Do we have a motion on the consent calendar?
So moved.
Motion by Johnson, second by Martinez. Call the roll, please.
Okay, Commissioner Bates?
Yes.
Commissioner Jimenez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Johnson?
Yes.
Commissioner Martinez?
Yes. Yes.
Commissioner McLaughlin?
Yes.
Commissioner Willis?
Yes.
Commissioner Scott?
Yes.
And Chair Butt?
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
So the Housing Authority meeting is now adjourned, and we are opening the special joint meeting of the Richmond Housing Authority and the Richmond City Council. Call the roll, please.
Okay, let's see, Commissioner and Councilmember Bates,
Present.
Commissioner, Councilmember Jimenez,
Presente.
Vice Chair and Vice Mayor Johnson,
We are here.
Commissioner and Councilmember Martinez,
Present.
Commissioner and Councilmember McLaughlin,
Here.
Commissioner and Councilmember Willis,
Here.
Commissioner Scott,
Here.
and Mayor and Chair Butt.
Here.
Thank you.
Next item is conflict of interest. Does anyone have a conflict of interest? I don't see any. Next item is open forum for public comment. Again, this is for this joint meeting only, not the city council meeting. Do you have anybody signed up? Any hands raised?
We have one hand raised, and Ursula, can you make sure she's speaking on the Housing Authority, the City Council
Yes.
agenda?
Hi, Carol, are you speaking on the joint meeting of the Housing
Yes.
Authority and the council? Okay, you can start.
My name is Carol Hagstrom. I'm Chair of the Housing Advisory Commission. And I would like to say that I hope that you guys approve the consent calendar for this meeting. I know it requires a subsidy from the city of Richmond, but the Housing Authority has done a lot of work moving forward. The hacienda is no longer under their authority anymore, and Nevin Plaza will soon be moving in that direction, and then finally Nystrom. And I also want to compliment both Executive Director Nanette Beecham and Gabino Arredondo for all the hard work that they've done. And that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next item is agenda review. We only have one item on the consent calendar. Does anybody want to take it off or change it? Don't hear any. So next item is the consent calendar. Is there a motion on the consent calendar?
So move.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, it was by Johnson. Johnson was the mover. Okay, second by Martinez. Call the roll, please.
Commissioner and Councilmember Bates,
Yes.
Commissioner and Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Vice Chair, Vice Mayor Johnson,
We both vote yes.
Commissioner and Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Commissioner and Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Commissioner and Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
and Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
and Chair and Mayor Butt.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Okay, so this meeting is adjourned and we're convening the special meeting of the Richmond City Council. Call the roll, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Bates,
Yes, present.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Presente.
Vice Mayor Johnson,
I really like being two people. I'm just like, yes.
Councilmember Martinez.
Here.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry about that. Councilmember Martinez,
Here. Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Here.
Here.
okay, Councilmember Willis,
I am here for the regular meeting of the Richmond City Council meeting. Yes, here.
okay, Mayor Butt,
Yes, here. Okay, next item is statement of conflict of interest. Does anyone have a conflict of interest? I don't see any. Next item is agenda review. Are there any changes to the agenda? You have any,
Yes.
Madam Clerk?
I do. There's a correction to item H4. And that is, let's see, there's a typo on page 45 of the Ports Rules and Regulations attachment under item 09195, that the vehicle fee should be $27.95 and not $27.99.
Oh, no, we're gonna lose $4. Okay,
That's the correction.
any other changes to the agenda? Okay, I don't see any. Next item is a report from the city attorney of final decisions made during closed session.
All right. Mayor and council, for the closed session items of conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation for Richmond Shoreline Alliance, that item was not heard. For the Sprawl Deaf versus City of Richmond and the North Coast Rivers Alliance, no final action was taken. Similarly, with the conference with legal counsel for anticipated litigation, no final action was taken. On the public employee dismissal, discipline, or release regarding the city manager and the city attorney, the council declined by a 5-1 vote, with council member Bates abstaining and the mayor voting no. They voted to retain the city manager and the city attorney. And then for the labor action, which is not far enough down on my computer screen to read, for conference with labor negotiators regarding SEIU and the other listed agencies, no final action was taken.
Okay, thank you. Next item is crime report from the police chief.
Good evening, Mayor Butt and City Council. Over the past 2 weeks, we've had 3 separate shootings, which resulted in the deaths of 3 people and 7 subjects who suffered gunshot wounds. On the first shooting happened on June 19th at South 37th and Cutting. Officers responded to a shot spotter activation, recorded multiple shots at that location. A 35-year-old victim was located, suffering from 3 gunshot wounds he sustained while driving in the area of South 37th and Cutting. This victim is expected to survive his injuries. On June 20th, we had the shooting on Dunn Avenue that resulted in the death of 3 victims and another 5 victims who suffered gunshot wounds. In that case, dispatch received a call around 11 p.m. Officers arrived on scene and found a chaotic situation that appeared to be a party, with several people dispersing and several people suffering from gunshot wounds. We were able to determine that there had been a celebration in honor of the patron Saint Juan of Guatemala. The subjects arrived as partygoers were celebrating and began shooting into the crowd. This case has obviously had a big impact on our community, and we're still asking for witnesses or anyone that may have information about this shooting to come forward. The third shooting happened on June 26th in the 3200 block of Florida. This shooting happened during a small party at a residence. A 39-year-old female victim was shot by a 44-year-old male who we were able to take into custody in that case. Also during this time, we worked several other significant investigations. Our domestic and sexual violence unit worked a human trafficking operation, and that targeted prostitution and human trafficking along the 23rd Street corridor. The objective of the operation was to rescue any individuals engaging in prostitution-related activities and arrest any traffickers. The operation was a big success, with over 10 individuals who spoke with an advocate to obtain services. We usually partner with community-based organizations like the Family Justice Center and Community Violence Solutions to bring advocates out with us to provide services to people that are engaged in human trafficking or prostitution. We were able to identify a subject that was trafficking a minor during that operation, and we are continuing to work on that case and hope to make an arrest soon. On Wednesday, June 23rd was a busy day for our traffic unit. They handled 3 complicated DUIs. They all involved collisions within our city. One of the collisions was a fatal collision in which one person died. One of the crashes, the suspect had a blood alcohol level of 0.40. The legal limit, to just remind you, is 0.08. So it was very high, probably to a level that we can expect death, 0.40. The victim in the fatal collision was a subject that was driving through an intersection when he was broadsided by the suspect vehicle. So this is just a sampling of the extensive investigations that we've done over the past 2 weeks. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The next item is open forum for public comment.
Excuse me, Mayor.
Point of order.
I'm sorry.
Point of order, I believe we missed the report from the city manager.
Oh, okay, you're right. Thank you. Okay, let's go back to item E, report from the city manager.
Looks like Councilmember Jimenez might have a quick question on the prior item.
Yeah, I want to make a request. Thank you, Chief French, for the report. I want to see if maybe in the report, every month you could include the 911 calls data. It just lists the priority level of the 911 call. What was the 911 call? What ended up being, and what services we ended up giving. Is that like, I am not requesting that you every week you do that, but every month will be good. And I also want to request that every 3 months we have the Community Review Police Commission reporting on the investigation that they are doing as well. Thank you.
Okay, now on to the report from the city manager.
Thank you. So I wanted to give folks an update about emergency services and emergency preparedness, and also an update about the possibility of a local revenue measure. So as all of you are aware and are continually concerned about emergency preparedness, most people think about things like earthquakes or fire. And of course, this past year, we all got tossed a pandemic. So the city has been fortunate over the past few years that we've had an emergency services manager that has helped us not only with community preparedness and a lot of additional outreach, but also has significantly improved our external partnerships so that we are prepared for any type of emergency. Genevieve Pastor-Cohen has been serving in this role of emergency services manager, and she in a couple of days is going to be gainfully retired. So I wanted to not only congratulate her, but really thank her for the work, especially over this past year, having to do so much support in terms of the pandemic and make sure that our emergency operations center runs smoothly, that we're doing all the right documentation, that we get reimbursement and all sorts of great things. And also to let the community know that you can expect to be meeting and hearing from Jim Yoke, our new emergency services manager. He has about 23 years of experience at a variety of levels of government and public agencies. So we look forward to continuing to build on Genevieve's good work. We also wanted to let the community know that in terms of a possible revenue measure, there's going to be some public outreach meetings about a possibility of a vacant property tax. We have 2 workshops coming up. One is Wednesday, July the 7th at 6 p.m. And the second one is Tuesday, July 13th at noon. Both of those are going to still be via Zoom. So we would encourage you to look at the city manager's weekly report or our website for more information about those to participate in that as we continue looking at this over the next several weeks and month or so to help the give city council information for them to decide if they're interested in putting a ballot measure on along with the recall election. That concludes my update.
Okay, now we'll move to open forum for public comment.
Okay, we do have speakers. But Ursula, can you call the speakers, please?
Yes, the first group of speakers are Mark Wasberg, Naomi Williams, Marisol Cantu, Ben Terrio, Brendan Draper, and Lisa Johnson. Mark Wasberg.
Do you hear me clearly now?
Yes.
Okay, for you to be a legal resident, you have to have a mailing address in Richmond. How else you're going to vote in the districts when you're going to vote? How they're going to know who you are? What district are you going to be voting from? See, this is how dumb the whole thing is. Now, Court of McLaughlin, anybody could come anywhere in the United States and be here for 2 hours, 2 days, and all of a sudden you're a resident. That's the one big damn lie, and you know it, McLaughlin. How else the register is going to know who's voting? And Aguado was drilling Leela, who's a planning commission, about residency, and she was just looking like an idiot because she didn't know what to say. Then Aguado hurry up and changed the question. You see how you people operate? You're sitting there trying to calm the people, and you know what you're doing. You're just trying to make it look like you're doing something, but you know damn well that you're over there calling the people. See, this is what the RPA does. They always stick together. It's always 5-2 vote against Nat and Tom. Then it was against Nat and Corky. When they run the election, they run as a team. When they vote together, they vote together. It's like organized crime, just like a neo-Nazis. That's what you people are. You guys ain't fooling nobody. If you don't believe me about being a resident, look for yourself. Check it out yourself. Ask the city lawyer. Once you go and ask Pam or Sabrina, they will tell you you have to be a registered. You have to have an address, a legal permanent address here in Richmond to be a resident. McLaughlin, she don't care. She just wants, just like all these illegal immigrants are coming in and pouring in our country. They don't even know who they are. They're not even certified by the government. They have no right coming here in the first place. I yield my time.
The next speaker is Naomi Williams.
So witty.
I don't even know what that was about.
Naomi?
Okay. I need an answer. I'm concerned. Will somebody please clarify for me about the city clerk or the city attorney about the city council meetings? I thought we must have 4 live persons on the diocese to have a quorum. But when we can only see the profile and not a live person, how can we tell if the quorum is actually on the diocese or not? If you show me you're supposed to be there, I suggest that be fair with us and please show 4 live persons at the diocese at all times. The meeting, whether you're listening to us or not. And the second one, Tom, I heard you say one time that maybe more than one time, the city manager should be in charge of running the city. And what happened? I remember you had a city manager fired because you said he didn't do what you wanted him to do fast enough. I remember he made a statement saying, I worked for 4 council members and that was it. The city council was organized, not at the orders from one at a time, but from a group of the same majority, not the same majority, just the majority with the same issue. Thank you.
The next speaker is Marisol Cantu.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you. My name is Marisol Cantu. I'm coming as a very concerned Richmond resident from District 6. I would like to first begin with a petition regarding the reimagining public safety proposals. This petition, I will read it out loud. All city council members have been receiving reports of the growing support for the reimagining public safety proposals. And it so reads, I am calling on you, my elected officials, to reimagine public safety for all in Richmond, not just a few. There's a scarcity of resources that the most underserved in our communities need access to. I'm asking you to support the reallocation of funding from the Richmond Police Department to fund 5 new safety programs that target the root causes of homelessness, gun violence, mental health crises, racial profiling, and youth unemployment. We know that the police do not prevent crime, but show up after it has been committed and often escalate civilian encounters that are not conducive to our community's needs. We need you to reimagine how we address problems through prevention, intervention, and proaction instead of reaction. That has been signed by 518 community members living, some residents, and some working. I would like to now read the response of our Nat Bates, Councilmember Nat Bates, who wrote today a response to a community member who lives in Richmond, who lives in Oakland, but actually is a leader in, here it is. This is from Nat Bates. You have a lot of nerve as an Oakland resident telling me how to apply funds in Richmond.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Our next speaker is Ben Terrio.
Good evening, Ben Terrio, President of Richmond Police Officers Association. My comment tonight's for Councilmember Jimenez. Councilmember Jimenez, you know, last month in May, your husband Eli Moore posted false information about RPD uses of force over 5 years. That information came from a Public Records Act request from 5 years of data that was properly requested by Randy Joseph, however improperly produced and not explained by the city. I asked online for your husband to remove that post, and he stated that he would and apologize even if it was wrong, which it is. Now, I know that the chief of police has told you herself that that information is wrong, and I also provided a presentation on the data specifically during last month's CPRC to you, and you even asked me a couple questions about it, explaining the data, plain and simple. The RPA earlier pushed out information about doxing and condemning that, and that's fine. But why don't you practice what you preach? I'm sure your husband didn't put that fake tabulation without your permission. I'm sure he talked to you about it. So why don't you stop doxing myself and other Richmond police officers? I mean, at least put up the right data. I know it doesn't fit your agenda, but at least make the effort to be truthful. Let me finish by saying that the CPRC is your responsibility, not the police chief. You're supposed to bring back the issues that come from there. You've given the police chief enough problems for the next 5 years. Why don't you dig into your council handbook, figure out what you're supposed to do, and you bring back the issues that come from there. That's how it's supposed to work. Thank you.
The next speaker is Brendan Draper.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Great. All right, my name is Brendan Draper. I'm a resident of Richmond, and I would also like to speak in support of reimagining public safety in Richmond. And I want to ask the council to approve that reallocation of the funds of 10.3 million from the RPD to fund the 5 new safety programs: ONS, bolstering youth employment, increasing services for unhoused residents, aka SOS, creating a non-police mental health crisis response program, addressing the racial inequalities plaguing traffic violations in our city. It's just like ridiculous to look at the spending in our city. It's 40% of the general fund for the PD. And we also spend more per capita on policing than New York, Detroit, San Jose, Philadelphia, and Los Angeles. I just want to ask you guys to like take a look at that and just move these funds, which are not for officers who are employed right now, but are just for potential future offices, and use those for these other purposes. Yeah, please. Thank you. I'll yield my time.
If there are any other speakers who want to talk about budget items like this, please hold your remarks and wait for the budget session, which is item I1.
The next speaker is Lisa Johnson.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members and staff. I wanted to speak tonight regarding concerns amongst several members of the community regarding actions by this council. Decorum on the dais remains an ongoing concern, and it's disrespectful to your colleagues, staff, and the public. Please represent your office in the city with the respect it deserves. At the June 21st meeting, there were several confirmed Brown Act violations. Vice Mayor Johnson voted via chat 3 times and Council Member Jimenez once. There is also concern that members of this council had to be reminded that they cannot communicate substantive matters about city business using the chat feature when a majority of the council is present. How often has this occurred and what has been discussed? The public doesn't know. There were also 2 items discussed and approved by the RPA Majority Council at the June 21st meeting regarding ARPA funds. The public was not allowed to review any information regarding Councilmember McLaughlin's Green Blue New Deal and request for $300,000 of public ARPA funds for a consultant. The public was also not allowed to review any information regarding council's approval for $1 million for the Richmond Rescue Fund. Several members of this council and speakers repeatedly referred to a proposal that they submitted for review. Nobody saw it. Why? When you represent you and your special interest groups that support your campaigns at the expense of the community at large, it is extremely disrespectful And I urge the city clerk, city attorney, and city manager to stop these abuses from occurring in real time at the dais going forward. Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Randy Joseph.
Hello, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay. First comment I wanted to comment on is to invite the community, especially doing what youth works. They're still looking for youth to go online and go to the youth center, the youth works office, and apply to become a youth member to work in their program. They're looking to place people in jobs, and they're especially having an issue looking for African American, brown, and black youth. So this is out there that everybody's listening to. Please forward any brown and black youth, especially, or any youth that are 16 and older, to make sure that they get in contact with YouthWorks to sign up and be part of that program and get to earn money and learn job skills. Now to my second comment. My second comment goes to emails that were sent out by Councilmember Nat Bates that were disrespecting people who work and live in this city. I find that shameful that he could just dismiss people because they don't agree with him and they don't think like him. We sit here, we try to listen to people and try to go over things that people say, and then go out of your way to disrespect people and dismiss people and tell people to delete their emails and that you're not going to listen to them, you're not going to hear what they say because you don't think they live here. When in fact, one, they do live here and they also work here and contribute to the city. It's shameful and disrespectful, and it's unbecoming of a council member. That needs to change. You shouldn't talk to people who are community members like that. You shouldn't talk to beings like that. Period. Straight up. You treat people with respect, especially when you're in a position of power and you have the decency, and all you do is talk about making sure people respect you. Well, you have to return a favor and respect other people as well. I yield my time.
The next speaker is Eli.
Yes, hello, council and Richmond community. I was going to talk about the corruption in this city and the mayor's efforts to end an investigation into alleged corruption by firing the city manager and city attorney. But I want to speak to Ben Terrio's concerns about the use of force data. That use of force data came from the city, and from what I understood of it, it was the incidents of use of force. It included the dates when they happened and any injuries that were caused, and if there was a case number for an investigation. I don't know all the details. He challenged them and said it was not correct. He was concerned because he appeared as the second highest officer on that list in terms of the incidents of use of force. And I told him that if he could provide the proof that that was not correct data, then I would take it down and I would apologize. And he hasn't provided that. I also asked the police department for clarification and they haven't provided it. So that's where we're at. I'm completely fine looking at other data or hearing clarifications on how many use of force incidents we have had in the city, how many have been investigated. I think there's a real issue there and we don't have all the information we need. I understand that there were incidents that were reported to the CPRC 2 years ago that were never investigated and the statute of limitations is up. So there's impunity, there's lack of transparency, and if there's better data, happy to look at it, happy to apologize. That's all.
The next speaker is Bobby Lopez.
Hi, good afternoon, Richmond City Council members. I'm actually not here to speak on the Richmond budget, but to correct false information put forward by the council member on the Oakland budget. To clarify, I am myself an Oakland resident. For background, I worked on the San Francisco budget as a city staffer from 2016 to 2019. I worked as a city staffer on the Oakland budget from 2019 to 2021, and recently as a community member for the Oakland Refund Coalition. I want to address the lack of decorum expressed by Councilmember Bates online, and really the despicable descriptive of Oakland, along with the complete misinformation about the Oakland budget, which is of deep concern. Oakland did not defund the police. To be clear, the current budget approved by the City Council, in fact, increases the OPD budget by $9 million from fiscal year 19 to 2021. And just to be clear, because I don't think the previous speaker had the chance to describe it, I'm responding to this comment. Jewel, you have a lot of nerve as an Oakland resident telling me how to apply funds in Richmond while your city council defunded the Oakland police. This caused serious problems in your city. Oakland is becoming the OK Corral shootout in the Bay Area, where daily shooting and killing of innocent people, unlike you and others. When a criminal breaking into my auto or home while threatening my family life, I want a police officer with a shotgun and, if possible, canine to make sure the idiot does not escape. Not a damn mental service social worker with an iPad as you desire. This is the comments by your council member, which is very disappointing. It is true the Oakland budget did allocate money instead of ineffective police academies where only 44% graduate and even less stay on. Did allocate some of that money, $17.4 million, to violence prevention. I would hope this council believes that violence prevention, along with other strategies like macro, is what actually keeps communities safe. We need a multitude of strategies to keep our East Bay City safe, especially post-pandemic. And I would like an apology as an Oakland resident from this council member in regards to describing Oakland as the OK Corral. That is not my Oakland. Thank you so much.
The next speaker is Yenny Garcia.
Hi, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. I'm just here tonight to invite you to a vigil that we will be holding this Saturday, July the 3rd at 6:15 at St. Mark's Catholic Church. Join us as we hold a vigil in solidarity to pray and raise our voices in our faith to demand a pathway to citizenship for the 11 million undocumented immigrants that through their essential work have enriched this country every day. It's now or never. I want to see you at this vigil supporting us as our civic leaders. We held a vigil for the families of the Dunn Avenue shooting, and I only saw one city council member there. And I want to thank you, Melvin, for coming out and supporting our community and really showing that you're there for us, the most vulnerable people. There's a lot of community leaders that are playing politics, but I don't see you supporting the people that need you the most. So I really hope to see more than one city council member, our vice mayor, or you too, Mayor, at this function and other functions that we have in our community, because while everything else is going on, there are our brothers and sisters that are still suffering in the shadows of being undocumented. So I hope to count with your support. Thank you.
That was our last speaker.
Mr. Mayor, if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I actually wanted to bring the city attorney in to clarify the status of the June 21st vote. I had apologized for my decorum at the previous city council meeting, and I understand for some people that won't be enough because they want to create a certain narrative about me. But I did want to bring in the city attorney to clarify whether or not the vote needs to be retaken.
Well, Vice Mayor, that's a good question, but the purpose of open forum is not to open up discussion.
No, yeah, I'm not trying to open up dialogue. I just know that there's a lot of concern in the community as to whether or not that vote needs to be retaken, and I just wanted the city attorney to have the opportunity to kind of like address those concerns. If you don't want those concerns addressed, I completely understand. I just know that people are going to continue to call in worried about whether or not we need to re-vote on October, from the June 21st meeting. It's completely up to you, Mr. Chair.
I believe she wrote a memo on it. Well, go ahead.
Sure.
You go ahead, city attorney. You go ahead.
This item is going to be addressed during your budget because it is actually the problem is addressed and fixed in the budget item. And so, council member, would it be okay for me to give a fuller explanation when we get to that item?
I just want to make sure that the community is as aware as I am, so that way concerns and worries can be put at ease. So okay. if you can give a fuller explanation later on in the meeting, I'm complete. That suffices for me. I'm not sure about the community, but that suffices for me.
Mr. Mayor, does that work for you?
That works very well. That's appropriate. Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Before you leave, I wanted to respond to some comments that was directed at me.
Please do.
It is very true that I received an email from a lady by the name of Jewel, I assume. I won't even indicate her last name, that I thought was, any emails is usually confidential between the two people. And I did tell her, after she complained and was telling me how to run the city of Richmond, and I did tell her that she needed to pay more attention to Oakland and the crime and the situations in Oakland. And I did tell her that whenever, and I think I speak for the overwhelming majority of not only people in Richmond, but throughout the United States of America, when you have a thug, a criminal trying to break into my house, my automobile, and threatening my family's livelihood and my others people in the household livelihood, I want the finest and the best police officer to respond. And I further stated, I not only would hope that he would bring a pistol, but he'd bring a shotgun. And if possible, a K9 in case the sucker get away and the K9 can run him down. That's my personal feeling. And I don't want a social worker with an iPad and a pencil to come and try to rescue me from a distressful situation. Whether you like it or not, that's my position. And I think as long as the US Constitution allows us to speak our own individual thoughts, I have every right to say what I feel and what I believe. And I stand 1000% behind my words, and I'm not apologizing to any of you. And I don't think any senior citizen or any other individual who would be in a similar situation would apologize either. So don't bother me with any more emails. Send them to your friends who support your reimaging idea. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, council members.
Okay, now we'll move to the consent calendar. No items have been taken off. Do we have a motion on the consent calendar?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion by Johnson, second by Martinez. Call the roll.
Second by Willis. I think it's second by Willis.
I'm sorry.
Councilmember Willis?
You guys all look the same. Okay. Would you call the roll, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Councilmember Bates?
Yes, ma'am.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Johnson?
Yeah.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin?
Yes.
Councilmember Willis?
I'm just going to say that was a problematic statement, but yes.
And Mayor Butt?
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Okay, that brings us to what everybody's here for tonight. Item I1, would you read that, please?
Item I1 under budget session is to adopt a resolution approving the fiscal year 2021 through 22 annual operating budget, which includes the use of $8,550,000 in American Rescue Plan Act funds. Adopt a resolution approving the capital improvement plan for fiscal years 21 through 22 through 25 and 26, and adopting the capital improvement plan budget fiscal year 21 and 22, and adopt a resolution approving the carryover and appropriation of fiscal year 20 through 21 funds to the fiscal year 21 through 22 annual operating or capital improvement plan budgets.
Okay, I assume there's a staff report.
There is indeed. So thank you, everyone. We are really pleased tonight to present to the council and the community all of the final budget documents that take into account quite a number of intertwining complexities this year, including some major new budget complexities related to American Rescue Plan Act funding and Reimagine funding. Thank you to the City Council for making some incremental decisions along the way, as tonight's information incorporates all major components either as previously presented or as previously directed by the City Council. And also thank you to the staff who had to come quite a number of significant challenges on developing this information and for sticking with this process all along. Of particular note, several years ago, the city faced a particularly daunting financial situation, as I understand it, including a reduction in our credit ratings that triggered a cascading series of events that required a lot of swift action at that time. As I understand the story, part of that response was to adopt a 15% reserve policy. And I'm pleased to share that for the first time in the fiscal year 21-22 budget, as it's currently being presented, we will achieve the council's policy on this item. At the same time, while there is sufficient funding not only to continue most and even expand a number of programs, it is due in great part to some one-time funding sources, including some extraordinary funding that came in from the documentary transfer tax, as well, that helps with excess funding this year that we can put into next year's programs, as well as that quote, once in a generation, end quote, that you've been hearing about federal funding under ARPA, the American Rescue Plan. So as you've heard me say many times before, Richmond continues to strive for a structurally balanced budget and long-term fiscal sustainability. And we're going to continue to work with the City Council, with the community, with unions and all other stakeholders to achieve these goals in a planned manner over the near term. In fact, we already are planning some items to come back before you in July. So for tonight, in purposes of adopting the one-year budget for next fiscal year that will begin this Thursday, Anil is going to start with some additional overview for you all.
Just want to make sure you can see my slides.
We sure can. Yeah, we can see them. Yep.
Great. Well, thank you very much, Honorable Mayor, members of City Council. We have a brief presentation for you. I'll start with the capital improvement plan. So this is, as you may know, a 5-year projection of the needs in the city as it relates to capital improvements. And it's a rolling 5-year period. So every year we will add another year to the plan. As you can see, the CIP expenditures for this year are projected to be $33.9 million. Other operating monies will be used to the tune of 64.8. Total projects across all funds will be just on $100 million. At this point, maybe Teresa, our city attorney, can jump in, but basically there was an issue that council member presented or mentioned earlier. City attorney, would you like to discuss this item?
Yes. Can you see me? I'm not, for some reason, I'm only seeing you, Anil.
We can see you.
Yeah, you need to adjust. If you wanted to adjust your view to do side-by-side gallery, then you will be able to see yourself.
Yeah, there we go. Okay, I'm sorry. So I wanted to, Heather, did you want to jump in and do this, or did you want me to do it?
Happy either way. Happy either way.
Go ahead.
This addresses the issue that was raised by several of the members of the public, that whether there was a Brown Act violation at the council's June 21st meeting. And yes, there's technical violation by voting on using the Zoom chat feature. And that's because members of the public can't actually see what the vote is. The Brown Act does not allow secret balloting because we're supposed to be open to the public so they can see what the government is doing with their business. In this particular case on the 21st, there was no real violation of the Brown Act because of the fact that the city clerk called out what the actual votes were for the members who were voting by chat. And because the actions that were taken were sort of direction to staff, the final action on this item is actually tonight. So you were giving staff direction on the 21st on what you wanted to see on the budget. That's not to say that what's presented to you tonight, you could totally change that and drive staff totally crazy. We don't recommend that. And then there was a question about whether the green-blue deal for the ARPA funds was a violation of the Brown Act because that particular part was not agendized. So the Brown Act requires us to give a general description of action that the city council is going to take. It doesn't require the specific action. So the Brown Act says, describe your agenda item in 20 words or less. So it doesn't need to describe everything because you couldn't do that in 20 words or less. But just to give you an idea of whether or not you wanted to come and speak on that item or listen to the item. So when the agenda described the ARPA and budget, it's enough to give a member of the public an idea that, hey, I'm interested in the budget. Hey, I'm interested in how they're going to use those federal funds. I better come and appear. It doesn't require detailed descriptions and it doesn't limit us. Otherwise, we'd have to say, list out all the possible options that the council could do. And with 7 council members and 7 different ways of looking at things, that'd be pretty much impossible. Then your agenda would be so long that it wouldn't be helpful to the public because it'd be 1,000 pages. So no technical Brown Act violations, and the actions that were violations are corrected by tonight's final vote. Any questions?
Thanks, Heather. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
I'll just move on. Okay, so the ARPA funds, this is what the council seemed to want last week. If there's any changes, of course, we can make it. Total budget that was supported appears to be $8.55 million. Similarly, reimagining public safety, council adopted or chose option E the previous meeting. Both of these are incorporated in this current budget in the general fund and in ARPA. Total funding was $6.38 million. The CIP budget generally comes from a variety of sources. The funding comes from a variety of sources. And this year, we, of course, will be using $1.55 million from the general fund, along with $2 million from ARPA, directed primarily at the community centers, 4 community centers with the allowable HVAC systems upgrades. So here's a big one. We've discussed this on June 8th. We have made a small modification to the list. We were fortunate enough to have $15.6 million in excess revenues over expenditures in 2000. We're projecting for 2021. In our staff report on June 8th, we provided all the reasons why that might be the case. And this is the proposed way in which we're planning to expend the monies. $1.3 million for reimagining public safety, 1.7 for facilities improvements, variety of them, including GOATs, as I understand it, $50,000. I can see Councilmember Willis smile. $2.3 million for staff compensation. And then we were also using, here's a new one, we have split it, $3 million to balance FY22. We also putting aside $3 million towards an RHA write-off, which can go up to potentially $15 million. But it's a prudent first step. We are also, at this point in 2021, maintaining the level of reserve at 14.3%, which requires a set aside of $4.2 million, again, totaling $15.6 million. I would be remiss if I didn't mention that we are changing budget practices in some ways. We are being a little bit more aggressive. We for the first time, instituted a vacancy factor. This is gonna, in the front end, result in a savings, if you will, or reduction in expenditures of $5.8 million. We are expending, or we're hoping to project out $3.2 million for real estate transfer tax, and this is because it's been growing at a faster rate than our previous budget projections. We also made a decision to pay CalPERS payment at one time, early in July, as opposed to a previous practice of paying it on a monthly basis. This allows us to get about savings of about $900,000. And so we thought it's a good practice, a good tradition to start. We are also updating our sales and property tax projections by about $2.4 million. And I want to caution that the reason we can do all this is because we are expecting to be at 15% at the end of the next fiscal year. So hitting the 15% mark allows us to be a little bit more realistic, or shall I say aggressive, on some of our other projections, and that point should not be lost. Other important things I want to point out is that we are balancing the FY22 budget with $7 million in one-time monies, $4 million from ARPA and $3 million from the excess of 2021. In addition, having said that, we are in fact hitting our 15% reserve rate with the allocation of $3.63 million. So what's not included in the budget? We have not been able to set aside any monies for a class income study. We can expect to do that at some point in the future. We will need that because, as I've previously mentioned, our salaries and our compensation lags the market. We also have not set aside, and because we don't have the funds at this point in time, what is likely to be a write-off of about $12 million for the RHA, Richmond Housing Authority. Antonio will take it on from here.
Good evening. So here we have a high-level summary of the fiscal year 21-22 general fund budget. Again, revenues are at $188.5 million, while expenditures are at $187.8 million. Then we have a couple of items that are technically not in the budget, but they play an important role. First, as mentioned by Neil, we're projecting a surplus of $15.6 million in 2021. From that, we are proposing to use $3 million in 21-22. Additionally, we're proposing to set aside another $3.6 million in 21. That will again allow us to get to the 15% reserve policy level. That will leave a whopping $8,700 surplus in this year. Okay, so general fund revenues are expected to be 188.5. Over 75% of the revenues are made up of the big three taxes: property taxes, sales tax, and UUT. An important category is other taxes. It includes hotel tax, transfer tax, franchise fees. I'll go into more detail on the next slide regarding the transfer tax. For license permits and fees, at $11.8 million, it includes the business license tax, which includes the projected increases stemming from Measure U. Operating transfer tax is revenues transferred to the general fund from other funds, usually when there's excess funds over there. So we transferred over to the general fund. The bulk of this $9.8 million comes from the pension tax override fund. Okay, so other taxes, documentary transfer tax. The documentary transfer tax is a tax on sale of property sold within the city of Richmond. Richmond voters approved Measure 8 in 2018, and that became effective January 2019. So for half that year, we had a new tiered rate structure where the higher the sale price, the higher the tax rate. And that year, the city ended with $8 million. The next year, fiscal year 19-20, having the rate structure in place for the full year, the city finished with 8.7. So this year, fiscal year 2021, we're currently just right under 19 million with 1 month left. This is a huge increase based on the sale of a few but very expensive property, ranging from the sale of the Hilltop Mall to several very large warehouses. Now, we don't expect that same level of super large sales to happen again in 21-22, but the trend does allow us to increase this year's forecast to $11 million. As you can see from the chart, it's a progressive trend that points in that direction. Even to reach the $11 million, we will need to see many large sales to happen to reach that budgeted amount. Okay, on the expenditure side, for 21-22, as always, personnel costs make up the bulk of the expenditures. Here, for this year, it's 77%, or nearly $140 million of the general fund expenditures. Professional and administrative contracts are $11 million, or 6%. Again, operating transfers out make up 9%, or 17%. Sorry, make up $8 million, or 4%. These include transfers to the Employment and Training, to Housing Authority, to the Department of Children and Youth, among other transfers from the general fund to subsidize those other departments, other funds. Next slide, please. Okay, so here we have the general fund expenditure by department or function. Again, police makes up the largest component at 38% with close to $71 million. Fire is nearly 35 million at 18%. Here, community service is at 7%, $12.7 million. Non-departmental, as mentioned previously, again, transfers out, make a big component, nearly $20 million.
Oh, yeah. Yours keep coming up too.
And next slide, please. Okay, this next slide is actually in reference to the proposed number of employees next year per department. So for police at 210 employees, they'll be 30% of the employees in the city of Richmond. Public Works, 137.4 employees or 20%, and fire with 93 employees at 13%. The other larger department is community services, nearly 90 employees at 13%. And the rest of the city is made up of smaller departments throughout the city.
Okay, I'll take over back here. The pension liability, pension and OPEB liability, I just want to point out a couple things. One is, if you look at the 2020 number of $351 million versus the 2015 number of $228 million, it's gone up by about $123 million. And so one of the things we need to keep in mind is that this is a huge portion of a budget, relatively speaking. Now, this, of course, is the liability portion of it. I also want to point out the cost, that is the payments. The payments have gone up from $17 million for pension to $38 million today, which is about $20 million over the last 6 years. Here's a trend line for the PERS. It was $14 million in 2013. Now it's at $38 million. So here's a summary of those two charts. Here are some challenges that the city faces. First is that the pension liabilities increased over $123 million since 2015. That means for each of the 6 years, our liability has gone up by about $20 million each and every year. Our pension payments are now $39 million per year, which has increased about $21 million since 2015. OPEB has gone up, grew by about $7 million since 2015. The city continues to face structural budget deficit. And of course, our staff compensation is below market. These are our long-term challenges. But what has our budget that we have prepared today and presented today achieved? First, it meets the city council's policy finally of 15%. Second, we will have, by the end of this year, end of 22 that is, $28 million in the reserves. This is a significant achievement. The budget presents and invests $3.7 million in facilities, $2.3 million in new vehicles and equipment, and allocates $100,000 each for facilities master plan, information technology master plan, and fire services study. Each of these is designed to help make informed long-term decisions that are necessary for the city. And finally, it sets aside $3 million for possible RHA write-off, as I mentioned earlier. Here are the recommended actions as the city clerk read, and we are happy to answer any questions you may have.
Are there questions from council members? Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, thank you so much, Anil and staff, for working in this, and Antonio. I think like we had to celebrate that we are going to have 15% of the reserves. This is great. And also, not only that, but also all these programs that we are going to be in place with the reimagining public safety proposals. I had been meeting with a lot of community who are really happy that their young kids are going to be able to participate in the youth work programs. And as we continue, this is a budget that is going to represent the values in the community. And as we continue, we want to work on more ideas for revenue and how we make sure our city is in a much better financial situation as years pass. I have some question and I send it to you so you know what I am going to ask you. So one is the pension, the liability, and there is the net pension liability in the 2020 CAFR reports, 340.5 million. But the stat report, I don't know if you change it or not, but is listed for that year pension liability as $351 million. So please explain that this discrepancy. And then as you see, like I sent you a chart with the cover from the year like 2014 to 2020, and is just so it has some different numbers. So can you explain that to us?
So let me just, Antonio has more detailed information, but on the payment chart, I can actually show it back again so you see it. Mm-hmm. The number I had on the column for 2015 was incorrect because the underlying spreadsheet wasn't totaling up for that particular cell for some reason. But generally, the other numbers were correct, as well as I think this is the number you're referring to in 2020. I think you have the 340 versus 351. So I'll let Antonio explain the difference there.
Okay, so in brief, both numbers are correct. The one from the CAFR is actually there's a delay there. The number that we use in the CAFR, even though it says 2020, is as of June 30, 2019. That's the measurement date that the plan follows. In the staff report, we actually use more updated information. We use the more current actuarial reports.
Okay.
Okay, so the slight difference there is, yeah.
Okay, perfect. No, thank you for that clarification. And then why has OPEC payment gone up by 324% despite the total liability going down? Can you explain that?
Not very well. In the staff report, we quoted that's why I purposely quoted the actuary who explained that it had to do with various actuarial assumptions that went into the calculation. So I would just read up what's in the staff report. It's literally, I quoted what the actuary has said. It's based on actuarial assumptions.
So, but the liability was going down, right, or not?
The total liability, let me go to the previous slide. The total liability did go down from 2015 to 2020 quite significantly by 39%. But the cost, the payment that the city makes during the same period went up from about $4 million to 10.6. And like I said, the actual report explained that I'm not an actuary, so I don't have any better information than that.
Okay, so I will follow with you to understand better that. And then you mentioned negative cash balance in other funds remain at 8.7 million. And this number just seems to increase every time that there is a report from the staff. I remember City Council Martinez asking if there were some payments. The director of finance at that time say yes, we paid, so it wasn't that clear. I just want to, if you please provide a breakdown of this total in terms of funds and balance, and a specific with whether general funds dollar will be used to repay the negative funds. So we all know how that the general fund money is going to be used to really clear the negative funds that we have.
Sure, I'll let Antonio answer that, but before we do that, I just want to clarify that I will provide you with the actual report. In fact, I'll provide it to the entire council so you have the access of the actual report. So I think it's about 20 pages. So you have access to it. And I think the question you're asking now, Councilmember, was a point that we made in the staff report toward the end of the report. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, just for the audience to know.
Yeah, no, I am talking about the staff report, and was questioning specifically about what you mentioned in the staff report for the audience to know.
Got it.
Thank you.
Okay, so in the staff report, we did mention 8.7. That was really a snapshot as of May 31. So it's really, if we're going to take a snapshot, it really needs to be at the end of the year once the numbers have stopped moving. It consisted about 11 funds. Of those 11 funds that make up that 8.7 as of May 31st, there's only one really that might eventually need to be cured by the general fund. That's the cost recovery engineering. And that one is about $3 million for now. The other funds that are currently negative, it's more of a timing issues, or in some cases for the housing fund, when some properties sell, that'll take care of it. So right now, the only concern would be the engineering fund, which is around $3 million negative.
Okay, so that is good to know. Yeah, so I just wanted to say, and I finalized with that, is that we are looking into the cost fund, the recovery funds, and looking really closely, because we know that there are some significant negative funds there, as you said, but also there are some significant money left there. So we are looking at like whether these monies could potentially be moving to the general fund, so it add to what we have available for other services. So it's something that we met with Anil and all of you, and we are in the process of trying to know how that can happen, or if it can happen, and to make sure that these negative funds are cleaned and all of these funds are properly to zero, because cost recovery cannot have funds at the end of the year, negative or positive. So thank you so much, and I will make some comment after public comments. Thank you.
If I can add to that, Councilmember Jimenez, thank you for mentioning that. Just for the audience, it's what Councilmember is referring to is that the city has many funds, and as having asked questions about it, we will be going through each of them, carefully looking at the balances in each of the funds, closing out or transferring monies that are as appropriate as part of the audit process, and we'll be daylighting that to the council.
Do other council members have questions?
I have a question, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, Councilmember Bates.
I've been around a few years, and I have yet to be exposed to a budget that was as, in my opinion, as confusing as this budget. And probably because we never had a study session to do a line item where we could go over and understand clearly what was being expended and where the revenue was coming from. For an example, you initially in your presentation, you indicate some additional revenue expenditures that consists of 2.3 million in salaries. Could you put that slide up, Mr. Neal?
Yes, Councilman. Sure.
In the general
I
fund,
believe you're referring to this slide.
Yeah, this is allocation for 21, and you call this is excess funding?
Yes, sir.
Allocation. So where is this money coming from?
In the current fiscal year, fiscal year 2021, we are projecting that we will have $15.6 million excess revenues over expenditures.
Okay, all right. Now, on page 302, the total proposed operating budget for funding year 2021, which represents 448 million expenditures and revenue of 363. And said this includes 188.7 million of the general fund revenue. I'm confused in terms of the expenditures exceeding the revenue almost $80 million. Are you, this is on page 302 of the literature that you submitted to us. And in the box, it has 2021 budget includes the following, and it goes on down to cost pool, facilities, fire service, personnel requests, and it says funding for reimaging public safety, $6.3 million. And you have another $1.3 million that we just alluded to. Are you telling me that the total cost for reimaging represents $4.3 million?
If you're asking, okay, so the reimagining total budget for reimagining is 6 point, my
Right.
recollection.
Okay, I stand corrected. Yes, 6.38.
Yes.
And then you have an additional 1.3. So are you telling me that that represents 7.6 million and 800,000 for reimaging?
No, let me pull the slide up for you. 1 second. Here we go. So the on the right side of the slide, you can see the $1.3 million.
You know, Anil, I know you're conscientious. You do the very best you can, but I can't see one of those letters. Maybe I need a magnifying glass or something, and I don't know if my colleagues can see it either. Can you embellish it?
Yeah, I can make it larger. 1 second, sir.
Can maybe other council members having the same problem I haven't seen the numbers?
It's hard to see, but I can see it just fine, but I can see it being difficult for others to see.
Well, you youngsters got 20/20 all the time, you know that.
KCRT, is there any way you can make the slide size larger, please?
You're running it on your end.
The problem is you're showing two slides there. You're showing the slide you're talking about, then you're showing the next slide. If you get rid of the next slide, it'll
I
be
see.
big enough.
Okay, let me get out of here 1 second. Let me try it again. Okay.
And I think in the meantime, I think the answer is to Councilmember Bates' question. You're looking at two different numbers. You're looking at funding sources versus expenditures. So the 6.3 is the correct amount of money for total expenditures going towards Reimagine. And then there are a variety of funding sources, one of which was originally proposed as ARPA, but which is not going to be ARPA based on the council member's decision at a prior meeting.
Oh, okay, well.
So Councilmember Bates, if you can see the screen now,
Yeah, that's a lot clearer. I see the youth, I see the youth work 1.9 and so forth. That ONS.
On the right side of the screen is the funding sources. There are two separate columns.
That's expenditures and the foreign. Okay, that's expenditures and that's where it comes from, I assume. Okay. All right. Well, I don't want to delay the discussion. I could just indicate that I think we've made a grave mistake in not providing a budget to the full council in a study session where we could go over these line items detail by detail and comprehend exactly what we're voting on. But there are some probably comfortable just voting it where it is, and that's not my style of operating. I need to understand when I'm voting for something, where it's going and where it's coming from. And I want to get back to the imaging because of the $6,380,000. I don't know how that money is going to be spent. But for the time being, go ahead. I'll relinquish and let the other council members have their say.
Questions from other council members? I don't see any hands up. I've got a few questions myself. One of the slides actually said, and I quote, city continues to face a structural budget deficit, unquote. But have we, I don't recall that we have done a 5-year projection to see how this budget will affect future years other than this year. Have we done that? I haven't seen one done since about, I can't remember, March maybe. Well, actually, it wasn't even a projection. It was a presentation of a new interactive model. But it's been a long time since we've actually seen a 5-year projection. Can you confirm that that has not been done?
So at the staff level, we actually have done some projections. What we hope to do is this, again, remember, this purpose of this process is a budget presentation, a 1-year budget.
No, I understand that, but you're the one who said, and I quoted, "City continues to face a structural budget deficit." So, in adopting this year's budget, wouldn't it be instructive to look at what the budget might look like next year, year after that?
Certainly, and as part of that process, we do plan to come, as the city manager alluded to earlier, come back to the council with some processes so that we can address them in the long term.
Okay, all right, but
part of that will be a 5-year projection, sir.
Okay, the only question I ask is, have you done it? The answer appears to be no. Now, you also talked about pension liability, and I believe the state auditor in their most recent evaluation of cities statewide listed Richmond as, I believe, the 5th most at-risk city in the state. And they listed Richmond as number 1 in terms of pension liability. Is that correct?
That is.
And I noticed you had a slide where you talked about pension liability, but in this year's budget and any future budgets, there's been no discussion of how much funding, if any, we're going to put into that pension liability to reduce it, right?
There has been no discussion in the past, and there wasn't any discussion about putting money aside for pension liability prepayments. You're correct.
Okay, and then on another slide, I noted that the salary projection was 75 million. Benefits were 62 million, which means that benefits are 83% of salaries. Does that seem a little high to you compared to other cities?
It does.
You going to do anything about that?
It has to be negotiated, sir.
Okay. And then, kind of going back to projections, one of your slides noted a future write-off of $12 million for likely Richmond Housing Authority debt. So there's no plan for that in this budget, right?
Correct.
And then I believe Councilmember Bates asked about the staff compensation figure of 2.3 million. What's that based on? I didn't see any breakdown of how you derive that. Can you describe that?
Yes, that's approximately 3% of salaries. Yeah, 3% of salary.
For everybody, right?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Those are my questions. So any more council member questions? I don't see any, so let's go to the public speakers.
Yes, we do have public speakers, and Ursula will call the public speakers. Looks like right now we have 12.
Yes, the first group of speakers are Elsa Stevens, Edith, Mark Wasberg, Katrinka Ruck, Sarah Thies, Javanka Beckles, Michael Glickson, Sarah Cantor, Marisol Cantu, and Randy Joseph. Elsa Stevens?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Elsa Stevens, Richmond voter. Let's lead the country again. Let's exercise that Richmond magic. Let's put 1,000 young people to work. For many of them, this will be their first job. Given half a chance, they will recreate Richmond. 1,000 young people will transform Richmond. Just you wait. Thank you.
The next speaker is Edith. Edith? Edith?
Hello?
Yes, hello.
Can you hear
Go
me?
ahead. Yes.
Okay, sorry, I was on mute. Hi, my name is Edith Pastrano. I'm a Richmond resident and community organizer with ACE. And I just wanted to speak on this item to show my support for the Reimagine Public Safety allocation funds for youth works and ONS and other community services. I truly believe that safety is not something that is up to police solely. I think it takes a whole community to make it a safer place for everybody, not just a few. And I would like to yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mark Wasberg.
Clearly?
Yes, you are a little bit garbled, but go ahead.
Hear me now? Is that
A
clear?
little bit better.
Hear me? Is that clear now?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. The bottom line is they're going to take $6 million away from the cops and give it to the stupid task force in measuring and re-imaging Richmond, which is not going to work. It's all a scam anyway. Last time we talked about the budget, Guado and Claudia was acting like they got brain damage. They couldn't even understand what they was talking about. They still got brain damage, talking out of the rear end, don't even know what they're talking about. I mean, this, you people rather jeopardize public safety than go ahead and put in programs that not even going to work. There's no way you're going to get 1,000 young people to work. It's all you people living in a delusionary world. The bottom line is there's a lot of money there. And McLaughlin comes up with this stupid idea about the blue-green deal, who wants to spend $300,000 on a rip-off consulting firm that probably could have put money in their pocket. You see this scam that's going on with the city council? How are you going to save America with $8 million? You need to save Richmond from their own stupidity you have on the city council, the RPA, that don't even make no sense. They don't care how many people have to die, have to be murdered, have to be raped or be robbed. They just want to push their stupid radical agenda so they can get their point across. I mean, this is the most stupidest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. We know for a fact the task force and this re-imaging Richmond, it's not going to work. It's all going to be, all the money, most of the money is going to go to administration anyway. So, you people are living in a fairy tale land. You think you're going to better Richmond by taking money away from the cops and give it to this phony task force. You got a bunch of moron and idiots running the whole thing. This is how stupid people operate, and I'm just glad Guado wasn't talking about it on it, because everybody knows he's brain dead about the whole matter.
Your time has expired. The next speaker is Katrinka Ruck.
Thank you. Gosh. Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council, and staff, my name is Katrinka Ruck, Richmond resident, and I'm submitting these comments on behalf of the Council of Business and Industries.
We'd like to emphasize the city should relocate the 1.3 million to the police budget from either the 2021 surplus budget or ARPA funding. The revenue was achieved primarily because the police and fire reduced and have frozen positions. ARPA specifically provides for the distribution of funding to replace displaced workers. Regarding the ARPA funds, 300,000 for the environmental planning consultant and housing, and 1 million for housing and development initiatives. Don't agree with the city attorney because these items were not agendized at all. In fact, one, the housing development initiative came out of a public comment. And therefore, we believe that the dollar amount, scope of these projects, and a presentation should be made in a study session to allow opportunity for true public review and through the RFP, RFQ process, and therefore should be pulled from the budget. Inaccuracies were found throughout the budget that need to be publicly addressed in order for proper review. For example, there's confusion about, excuse me, the operating budget and operating expenses. It appears as though there might be $100 million difference between the two in some spots. The agenda report, attachment B, resolution have different numbers for the general fund, some showing a credit, some not. And there's no explanation as to what positions are going to be filled. Excuse me. We hope that the staff will consider this in the city council. Thank you.
The next speaker is Sarah Thies.
Hi, thank you for hearing my comments. My name is Sarah Thies and I'm a Richmond resident. I would also like to, I want to speak in favor of the Reimagine Richmond proposal. You know, I think that some of the reasons that make a lot of sense to me are the fact that what a large percentage of the calls to the police are low priority calls. And I would like the police focused on, you know, solving the violent crimes and the crimes that they're really expert at, and leave the other stuff to other people. I think decades of work have shown in other cities that what really helps reduce violence is the community crisis, things like the Community Crisis Response Program and youth employment. And I think it's definitely time to try something new. And I would really be proud of Richmond for moving in that direction. And finally, this will reduce police, you know, the responsibility that police have that they're not necessarily trained in. I would like to say that I am a crime victim. I'm a victim of a violent assault. I also, for a long time, was a defense attorney, an appellate defense attorney who defended people on death row. And I am quite familiar with the factors that go into, you know, causing people to end up being, you know, violent. And I think what would really help is intervention at a young age. And that's what this Reimagining Richmond endeavor will involve. So thank you for listening to me. And also, I very much appreciate your dealing with these extremely difficult issues. I think Mayor Butts outlined some of them. So thank you for your work, and thank you.
The next speaker is Jovanka Beckles.
I'm unmute. All right, am I unmuted?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, hi. Well, good evening, Council, Mayor, Jovanka Beckles. I'm a longtime Richmond resident, and because I live in Richmond, I'm invested in Richmond. I also work in Richmond. I've been working for West County Child and Adolescent Services for 21 years. So I've been working with Richmond youth. I've been working with families who've been disenfranchised, under-resourced for so many years. And in my capacity, I've really seen the difference that it can make when young people have the resources that they need to be able to participate in sports activity, to be able to, to be able to have employment. I've seen that. And so I just want to thank the City Council. I thank you all for listening to the many weeks and hours of comments supporting the Reimagining budget, public safety proposals. I thank you, because that's the direction we need to take. And we heard earlier from Chief French what's happening in Richmond. And that's what I want our police to be doing. I want them to have the time devoted to solving crimes. I don't want them to be coming out for things that other professionals, other mental health professionals, other housing professionals, and other crime reduction professionals can be doing. So thank you for listening to the public, Richmond residents who live here and know the huge value that it is when we provide resources for our community. So thank you for approving this budget as recommended by the Imagining Public Safety Task Force. Thank you so much. Appreciate what y'all are doing. Keep it up.
The next speaker is Michael Glickson. Michael?
Hello. Yes, hi there. My name is Michael Glickson. I'm a Richmond resident. I am calling to voice my support for this budget, which includes the work of the Reimagining Public Safety in Richmond Commission. I very much appreciate all of their work. I appreciate the City Council who has considered this and voted to make it a priority. I also very much appreciate all the city staff, which I've now seen make reports over several City Council meetings, and all the work that you all have done to integrate what the City Council has voted to include in the budget. So thank you to everyone. I think this is an important step for the city of Richmond. It is something, it's a movement that's going on across the country. And I believe that we have taken a small step, but taking $3 million from the police budget, I believe that's something like 4.4%. When the initial ask was $10 million. So there's been compromise and working with the police department and with city staff. So that's all I want to say. Thank you very much for all your good work. And I look forward to getting reports on how the task force programs are rolled out and actually becoming effective. Thank you.
The next speaker is Sarah Cantor.
Hi, thank you so much. I'm Sarah Cantor, Richmond resident. I am in support of the budget in general. I'm in support of the fact that the $6.38 million for reimagining public safety was included, that the $3 million in police department vacancies was not, that $3 million was not given to the police department again this year as it was last year. And there are some other things that I want to point out in the budget. So one is that last year, the police department's budget was $67.6 million. And this year it is 70.9. The RPD's budget is actually going up by $3.3 million. They aren't being defunded 1 cent. They're just, instead of receiving a $6.3 million increase, they're only receiving a $3.3 million increase to the budget and some reallocation of funds within the department away from sworn officers and toward more non-sworn positions, including 2 new community services officer positions, which we've heard from community members over and over again tonight and at other meetings that we do not want the police to be incorporated into our daily life. We do not want police to be around all the time. We want police to be investigating and dealing with violent crimes exclusively, and the community services officers are a step in the absolute wrong direction. And I hope that City Council tries to file an amendment to take these positions. Thank you.
The next speaker is Marisol Cantu. Marisol?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Hi, Marisol Cantu, 3rd generation Richmond resident. family member I want to raise in power right now is Giovanni Fragoso. He was killed by gun violence and a victim of shootings and stabbings, and he was a part of the school to prison pipeline here in Richmond. And I would like to say that if he had had access to funding like this, if he had had access to youth works, if he had access to mental health crises, if he had social workers that were able to see him in his entire humanity, he may be alive today and father to the 2 young children that he left behind on this earth. I would like to thank from the bottom of my heart as a Richmond resident and welcoming my newest nephew, 4th generation Richmond resident, to be raised here. That he get the chance to live in a society that is different, in a city that is different, that is being proactive instead of reactive, and creating a public system for all. And I would like to personally thank Councilmember Melvin Willis, Councilmember Claudia Jimenez, Councilmember Gail McLaughlin, Councilmember Eduardo Martinez for supporting the task force in their proposals, and also continuing to work with the task force in various capacities through helping us answer questions and the motion for the implementation. The task force is now a subcommittee and will be having their first meeting as a subcommittee next week. And so the work will continue, and we're excited to work with city staff and the city council and community members for a public safety system for all. So thank you for reimagining.
Our next speaker is Randy Joseph, and I will call the next group of speakers, Lisa Johnson, Angela Cox, Jacqueline Thalberg, Lisa Cody, Alex Mazuet, Ben Terrio, Lila Shira, Cynthia Black, phone number ending in 1383, and Richmond RESD. Randy Joseph.
Hello, thank you. My name is Randy Joseph. I'm a Richmond resident, part of the Richmond CPRC. I want to thank everybody for their work for the budget and making sure that we have a budget that's starting to reflect making sure that we serve the community first. I think this is a step in the right direction, but it's a long process of work up ahead to get to the root causes of crime and try to solve those. And this is just a small step in that direction. With these programs, we start the process of making sure that young people get job skills so they can start the way to get out of poverty. We get mental health funding to start the process so people can get the support they need. We start funding that house to make them feel human and part of the community. We do all these things, and these programs are needed, and we thank the city for trying to fund them and start the process of getting out of the root causes. There's too many times that we've done the same thing. We try to do the same thing. When crime happens, we throw more money at the police and say, you solve it, but crime still happens. So I appreciate that we try to do something new and try to do something different to see if it works. I want to take issue with something that Councilmember Bates said, talking about, I don't want a social worker in my home if I'm getting robbed. If he would have read the programs and see what the programs are about, he would have seen that is not what those programs do, and that's not what it entails. I need him to take a closer look at the program to see what they do and to show that we don't affect police going and stopping armed robbers coming to house and stealing his iPads or going to his house threatening his family. That's not what these programs are for. They're for to get to the root causes of crimes and other things. We still want to, we recognize the police should be here to do violent crimes, to stop those things, and to arrest people who are doing these things. But to continue this misinformation is wrong. And I support this budget going forward. And I thank all the council members that worked hard to make sure this happens. Thank you.
The next speaker is Lisa Johnson.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Good evening, Mayor, council members, and staff. Richmond's currently being audited by the state, given its significant financial risk, including being number 1 in the state for unfunded pension liability risk and ranking number 5 in overall financial risk. Why are none of the fiscal year 2021 carryover residual funds of $15.6 million addressing this serious financial risk? Staff proposes to use $2.3 million of this $15.6 million for employee compensation, but it's not stated how the money would be distributed. Why is there no transparency around this? Will taxpayers finally recoup the hundreds of thousands of dollars that were inappropriately distributed to some employees as discretionary pay increases? There are several inconsistencies throughout the documents, making it difficult to know what exactly is going on and what the true deficit is. Why are we not seeing a line item budget? As I recall, staff stated a few weeks ago that this would be provided at the final budget session. The agenda report indicates the elimination of 12 RPD sworn officer positions, unfreezing 11 positions, adding 14.2 positions, and moving another position. However, there's no summary of what these positions are or in what department. Why? Regarding the 2 additional ARPA programs that I talked about earlier, this council approved last week, they were done so without any transparency. There was and still is a clear failure to properly notify and describe the programs, which significantly limits the public from making informed comments. Of the 200+ pages for this budget session, there's only 2 extremely brief references in the staff report, and the elusive proposal is still missing from public access. How were the Measure U revenue numbers arrived at to support this budget? Lastly, how is Richmond going to achieve a true structurally balanced budget and when? You can't tax your way out of this disaster. Good night.
The next speaker is Angela Cox.
Good evening. My name is Angela Cox. I'm a Richmond resident and a member of Union 1021. I have been working for the city of Richmond for 36 years. Hope I'm speaking in turn at the right time about an item referring to our next contract. Hopefully this can be something that's adopted and supported. I think our union team has done a very tremendous job in trying to represent us. Even though salaries represent a great portion of the budget, our union in particular represents a great small portion of those employees. In addition to which, when I first came on working for the city, there were many more members in my union than there are now, but we are all still doing the same work. So I thank those council members that support us. I think that with the cost of living and the fact that we haven't had a contract for 6 years, this is well overdue. Thank you, and I yield my time.
The next speaker is Jacqueline Dahlberg.
Yes, my name is Jacqueline Dahlberg. I've lived in Richmond for 15 years. I support this budget, which includes the option E of the task force. It is a compromise, but I think it's a pretty good one. It's a good step forward to making the city a better place for everyone in this really diverse community. And I want to personally thank Claudia Jimenez, Councilmember Jimenez, for her tireless work and all the criticism she had to take in all of this. And personally being attacked from many different members of the community and some members of the council. I also want to thank Councilmember Willis and McLaughlin for equal amount of work in all of this. And last not least, I'm sorry I can't let this go, but what the mayor said earlier about y'all look alike is just frankly the most shocking thing I have heard out of a public official lately, other than certain Republicans in Washington. It would warrant an excuse, but an apology, but knowing the mayor, that's not going to happen. But I need to say this as a citizen, I'm shocked. And I'm equally shocked about the unqualified way that Councilmember Bates talks to people. You are not a private citizen when you talk like that. You are a public official. And please remember that. Thank you.
The next speaker is Lisa Cody.
Yeah, boy, it's so hard to know where to begin. There's so many issues here. First of all, the CSO positions that are being proposed in the budget, those are positions that overlap tremendously with SCIU positions that are already currently plus, positions that we have. And the city has not We are not done discussing those positions or negotiating about those positions. They should not have been included in the budget. They've been discussed very briefly, and I'm not even sure it's legal or if it's not a violation of the Myers list of the MMDA to even include them in the budget at this point. Secondly, if Richmond's structural deficit is a myth, I'm so tired of hearing this. Yes, there are issues there, things that need to be fixed. You need to do repairs, ongoing repairs. Those are considered, but capital improvements are not ongoing expenses. And, at what point, how much of a surplus do you need to have before you stop discussing a structural deficit? 15 million, 20 million, 30 million? The city hasn't had, please read the definition of a structural deficit in financial government guidelines before you repeatedly say this. And besides that, the mayor has actually publicly said that the city does not have a structural deficit in public statements. The city of Richmond actually won't defend the state audit. They basically wanted to bring it up in a private sessions with our union. But then when asked, would they back the study, said no, they wouldn't. But they love to bring up the study in public, stating that, Richmond's near financial ruin. Please stop pushing this false narrative, please. And secondly, we appreciate that Reimagine's actually trying to prevent crime, that they're trying to actually engage people before they commit crimes, and rather than simply punishing. So thank you.
The next speaker is Alex Mazuet.
Hi, you can hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council members and Richmond resident. I want to offer my support to the Reimagine Public Safety proposals. The task force is doing an excellent job, and I thank it for presenting to the Council a strong, rational, humane, and effective set of measures to reduce crime, have our annual budget truly well balanced, and ensure that all Richmond residents are well taken care of with community services they've always needed and to a great extent have been lacking to this day. Tonight, I would like to focus more particularly on our LGBTQ community, for I believe it experiences many inequities. For instance, LGBTQ people underreport violence they experience due to lack of trust with police. LGBTQ individuals are at high risk of experiencing mental health problems such as deep depression and chronic anxiety, given the many social and economic prejudices they face. LGBTQ young people are 120% more likely to experience homelessness than non-LGBTQ youth. The proposals of Reimagining Public Safety reflect a deeper understanding of and deeper investment in gender and racial justice. I so much appreciate the council members McLaughlin, Jimenez, Martinez, and Willis' decision to support option E, and hope you will approve the task force request to allocate 6.38 million of our city budget to finance the safety programs that are perfectly suited to ensure the safety and well-being of all Richmond residents. Thank you so much.
The next speaker is Ben Terrio.
Ben Terrio, President of Richmond Police Officers Association. I serve on the Reimagining Task Force, and there have been good ideas that have come from that task force. We do have to fund and try some of these programs and vet their ability for success. But again, what some are pushing is false dichotomy or false choice. One of those low priority calls, as was described by some, was a party call on Dunn on Father's Day. That's the previous Sunday. It was a party call that we were sent to twice, but had to divert to other higher priority calls. Now, some would cite this as a reason why something else could have been instituted to respond to, but nothing that was proposed in this task force would have been something that would have been responsive to this type of call. We could have got there with the appropriate resources. We probably would have interrupted what occurred because we were broken up the party. But again, as is consistently put forward by people in a giant lie, the police do not prevent crime, which is the biggest lie out of this entire thing that's come out of. Lastly, in the 1970s, Richmond's population was 80,000 people. and we still had more police officers than we had today. A fiscal year ago, the police department was authorized to have 177 police officers, and now we're at 144. The council's majority disdain for its police officers has not gone unnoticed over the years. We have 2 officers who will be sworn in as San Pablo officers Thursday. We had 1 officer go to Antioch last week. Within 2 weeks, another one will go to Antioch and another one will go to Pittsburgh. Defunding the police has been a failure nationally, and there won't be any difference here. What is a shame is that it doesn't have to be this way. We can have both. But there are just some that have this anti-police agenda and insist on destroying the police department. And who knows, maybe at this rate, they might get their wish. Everyone talks about addressing the root causes of crime. But how many council members are actually out there trying to bring businesses and opportunities in here for the young people? It's not just going to come from tax increases. It's not just going to come from programs. It's going to have to come from economic development in the city. And I've never seen anyone trying to work wholeheartedly on that. Thank you.
The next speaker is Leela Shira.
Hello, my name is Lila. I'm a Richmond resident and voter in Councilwoman Gail McLaughlin's district. I wanted to speak and show support for the reimagined public safety proposal for the reallocation of funds. I'm a Berkeley educated epidemiologist and I'm a public health researcher at UCSF. As a public health researcher, we focus on prevention. This is what differs public health practitioners from medical providers. The police, much like doctors, often work in response to an issue. Often, not always. They are called when there is an emergency, just like people go to the doctor, mostly when they are acutely ill. Police services are needed, but the service that they provide overwhelmingly doesn't prevent crime or poverty. As the officer falsely stated, this is not a lie. We need to address crime and poverty in Richmond through prevention efforts. The Reimagined Task Force will finally give preventative measures through investing in social determinants of health, which will ultimately help the community and actually has the potential to put more trust in the police force from community members. It is alarming to me that we have more money per capita to the police force than much larger cities across America, such as New York, LA, and Detroit have, especially when they have much higher crime rates. It's alarming how racial disparities in policing are such an issue, both in Richmond and a topic of national conversation. Yet when opportunities come up to address them, there's such opposition to change. This is an opportunity to make a difference and for Richmond to lead nationally. This is not defunding. This is a reallocation of funds that align with the priorities and desires and will of the community and people. In response to an early commenter who said that most of the money will go to overhead for the Reimagined public safety proposal, how do you justify how much of our tax dollars go to overpaid officers overtime and paying officers who do not live in our community? I'm proud to be a Richmond resident and fully support this measure. Thank you, council members McLaughlin, Willis, and Jimenez for leading this important effort.
The next speaker is Cynthia Black.
Hello. Yes, I'm here. Good evening, City Council and Mayor. My name is Cynthia Black. I live in Richmond in District 6. I 100% support this resolution proposed by the Reimagined Task Force. I deeply appreciate the energy, the time, and the thoughtful and extensive research they have done to set forth these proposals. And to all of you, thank you. I urge the City Council to vote the use of the funds for community programs. It is right, and our citizens in Richmond deserve it. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be phone number ending in 1383, and I will call the next group. Eli, Alicia, Sunflower Alliance, phone number ending in 4440, Chandra Davies, Osmar Huerta, Emily Ross, Mike Parker, Steve Bischoff, David Sharples, and Richmond RESD. Phone number ending in 1383. Please state your name for the record.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes.
Yes, good evening. Good evening to council members, mayor and vice mayor. My name is Patricia Aguiar. I work Contra Costa community organizer for AIDS. And I support tonight the proposal E that was passed in the last week. And the reason is because this proposal, and I want to make clear this, will not any police will not lose their jobs. And also, this is not a defunding the police also. And they can hire more police officers. And also, with this program, the police is going to be able to concentrate to do jobs that they are more capable with abilities that they have to do instead of doing other jobs they're not supposed to, like taking care of crisis mental problems. Also, this is going to make a big change because right now 40% of the budget goes to the police and only 2% goes to the community services. So why this is going to help? Of course it's going to help because it's going to reduce violence in the community. All these programs where you're going to help with programs for youngsters. It's going to be a special team that is going to go and see the mental crisis. And that way, the police will not to go to this crisis and escalate where people die by the force of the police. And that will make the police be able to do what they are supposed to do investigations and protect the citizens. Thank you.
The next speaker is Eli.
Hello, City and Council and Mayor. I'm calling to really just celebrate the amazing work that so many Richmond community leaders have been doing so intensively for so many years to make this possible, because I think that what we're seeing tonight is a real milestone where even though it's only a few $1,000,000 being reallocated from the police budget into proactive and preventative responses and interventions, it shows that when you have independent, community-driven political power, then you can stand up to a police union that is willing to ally itself with Chevron and send out dirty mailers over and over again and lie and smear people. And yet right now we have a majority on council that can pass a budget that is balanced, that sets up a reserve, that dramatically expands our city's capacity to prevent crime, to meet community needs that have been existing for way too long, that are way too glaring. And anybody that's at all in touch with what's going on in Richmond knows this. And the idea that we're gonna suddenly have the sky fall and suddenly have this crime wave because, oh my God, the police can't hire more people is just ridiculous. But we're gonna hear that over and over again because clearly we have politicians in our city who are willing to take advantage of trauma, take advantage of violence. Just like last week when people lost their lives. Immediately we heard the mayor talking about, oh, that's what you're gonna expect. So I think we need to be proud of this moment. We need to keep fighting.
Our next speaker is Alicia.
Good evening. My name is Alicia Gallo, Interim Executive Director with Richmond Main Street. I'm speaking tonight to request clarification on the decision-making process for this item. City staff hosted 3 community budget meetings where context about the city's budgeting process and allowable uses of ARPA funds was provided. There were also opportunities for the public to provide input on the city's 2021-22 budget and use of ARPA funds. I participated in one of these meetings in my capacity with Richmond Main Street and recommended that ARPA funds be used to support economic recovery by supporting community-based organizations who are dedicated to supporting small business preservation and creation in the city of Richmond. I also submitted these recommendations in writing to city staff. Our proposal included a variety of programs designed to enhance our current work and to provide direct aid to downtown businesses, many of whom face significant barriers to accessing federal, state, and private philanthropic relief funds, and none of whom were able to access any local relief funds because there simply were very few. In fact, there was only one that we are aware of, which was countywide. The vast majority of our businesses that we serve are family-run, BIPOC owned, and employ Richmond residents. My understanding is that the community meetings and submitting requests to city staff was the only way for folks to participate in the budget making process for use of ARPA funds. As discussed in last week's budget meeting, it was shared that other requests from community-based organizations for funds were submitted to council members directly, and these requests were then included for immediate allocation, while other requests were being held over for community needs assessment. So my concern is that this creates an unfair allocation system and jeopardizes trust in the community-based process the city of Richmond prides itself on. So I'm requesting clarification on this decision-making process. Thank you.
Next speaker is Sunflower Alliance, and please state your name for the record.
Good evening. My name's Janet Johnson. I'm a longtime Richmond resident, former small business owner, and retired teacher. I wholeheartedly support the Reimagine Public Safety proposal. I want to express my most profound thanks to the task force, city staff, and those city council members who've devoted so much time and energy to seeking more ways to care for our community. We need to invest in Richmond with community-led, health-based investments in public safety. Safety is housing, safety is healthcare, safety is education. To address the violence that Richmond suffers, we must first assess the root causes of that violence. We must eliminate our public safety system's instinct to criminalize and replace it with an instinct to provide care. The clearest opportunity to immediately do so is by changing our system's response to substance abuse, homelessness, and behavioral and mental health crises that are rooted in centuries of trauma and disinvestment. As it stands today, armed law enforcement agents who often lack expertise in health crises are the first to respond to a variety of health emergencies, including those resulting from substance abuse and mental health issues. People with untreated mental health disorders have a risk of being killed when encountering police that is 16 times higher than those without. We all need a world in which not one more life is lost due to the criminalization of mental health crises. Thank you again for your hard work to care for our community.
The next speaker is phone number ending in 4440. Please state your name for the record.
Aló, sí, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Raúl Vázquez y soy organizador de ACE aquí en Richmond. Sí, en esta propuesta que pasaron la semana pasada, la propuesta I, ningún policía va a perder su trabajo. Además, no están quitándole dinero al departamento de la policía y no afecta la contratación de más policías. Además, hará que los policías se hagan cargo de hacer su trabajo, que están más de acuerdo con sus habilidades y su poder, porque tampoco no le están quitando el poder, le están quitando nomás un poquito del budget, del presupuesto, haciendo que tengan que atender, haciendo que tengan que atender asuntos que tienen que atender que no son de salud mental. Necesitamos a alguien que sepa de salud mental. También esta propuesta hará que más fondos vayan para la comunidad y cambiar la situación actual en donde el 40% del presupuesto de la ciudad se emplea en el departamento de policía y solo el 2% se utiliza en los servicios para la comunidad. Necesitamos más programas para la salud aquí en Richmond. Necesitamos hospitales también. La policía dice que quien va a responder la violencia en la comunidad, pues al crear programas para la comunidad, resolverá problemas que causan la violencia y no solo se ve reducir, sino llegará a las causas reales de violencia con programas más para jóvenes, que tengan trabajo, que tengan cosas que hacer, que tengan entretenimientos saludables para su mente y también a la
Perdón,
atención.
su tiempo ya está terminado. ¿Tiene alguien que le va a traducir o no?
No, ahorita no, pero yo puedo traducir.
Okay.
Sí. Okay, sí. We just don't want to take any money, any power to the police. We just take need to be money, because the community needs those programs to be more. Well, I'm sorry, that's it.
Okay, gracias. Our next speaker is Chandra Davies.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, my name is Chandra. I'm with the Richmond Youth Council. I'd like to commend the task force for all the work they've done and once again voice my support for option E of their proposal. I think it's a good compromise that will still fund important community organizations that will better quality of life and keep our neighbors, both housed and unhoused, and including the youth, safe. I hope that the city will see it through with the full attention, support, and resources required to ensure a successful implementation. Thank you.
The next speaker is Osmar Huerta.
Good afternoon. My name is Osmar Huerta. I'm the chairman of the Richmond City Youth Council. And I would like to thank the council for hearing me out. And I would like to publicly thank the task force for all the amazing work that they have done for these proposals. When we look at public safety, we often get lost in what many see as the only item for improvement within public safety, which is crime. We as a city have only ever focused on reacting to crime instead of addressing it. It is a system that has put a bandage on a problem instead of fixing it. The solution to crime isn't scaring people away from doing it or simply throwing people away to be broken by a prison. But the only way we can address crime in our city is by addressing the root of crime itself, which for many is a reason, crime is a way for them to survive, to make ends meet. We have mothers, fathers, and even children having to turn to selling drugs, selling their body or their time, or even engaging in petty crimes such as burglary to make ends meet. If we want crime to truly stop in our city, we must show our most vulnerable citizens that there are other ways to survive. We must show them that their city has their back and will support their reintegration and survival in our city. Although I would personally love to see a more widespread funding and implementation of welfare programs to make our impacted residents' lives more livable, I believe that these proposals serve as a strong foundation for a truly reimagined public safety model in our city. These sentiments that are shared by both my peers and myself, which is why the Richmond City Youth Council has motioned in our previous meeting to officially support and recommend the reimagined public safety task force proposals for the adoption by the City Council for the fiscal year 2020 to 2021. And we have introduced a resolution to commend the work done and point to resolution 8020 as grounds for adoption by the City Council. We hope the City Council recognizes and accepts the Youth Council's recommendations and can only hope that both our mayor and City Council stand in solidarity with our youth, our vision for the future of our.
Your time has expired. The next speaker is Emily Ross.
Good evening, council and community. My name is Emily Ross. I'm a Richmond resident. Really struck by that last speaker. Really appreciated hearing that voice. I'm also calling to support funding the reimagined public safety proposals. The final figure of $6.3 million, including the various funding sources, seem to have been really carefully considered. I have two concerns. One is that the overall dollar amount allocated to the Richmond Police Department is actually increasing from our last fiscal year. And yet this narrative of defunding and the unfounded warnings that a crime increase is coming continue. So that's one concern. My second is that the budget presented tonight adds new RPD positions, including 2 community service officers. I understood this to not be in line with the policy direction given by council on June 8th, when a motion passed to not lay off existing staff or add any new positions to the police department. Nonetheless, to all involved, thank you for your thoughtful consideration of the complexity of these issues. I know the task force and council has done the work of listening to community members and reviewing relevant data. Thanks in particular to those of you that are actively and accurately providing information to your constituents. I know staff has done the hard work to follow council direction and actualize these policy recommendations. Your labor is appreciated. And lastly, gratitude to community members that are engaged on these issues. Let's continue to be a part of this process of caring for each other. I'm really proud of our community for coming together to invest in these public safety interventions up until now and onward. Thank you.
The next speaker is Mike Parker.
Thank you. Mike Parker, Richmond resident. I want to second what the previous speaker said about thanking the task force, the council for dealing with all these complicated issues and for coming up with a proposal that basically has won the support of most of the Richmond residents. Even people who were opposed to taking any money from the police have decided that the proposals that were actually worked on and proposed by the task force are things that we want to follow. We want to do stuff about homeless. We want to do work in terms of keeping the our youth employed. We want to do work about mental health, et cetera. Everybody seems to agree to that, except with a few naysayers. And that, I think, brings us to the point that Richmond's at a crossroads right now. I assume this budget will pass, and that now the next question is whether we can deliver on some of these promises. There'll be some people who will stand aside and keep sniping about this debate and about procedural issues and the others. But I'm hoping that most of the community will say, okay, we've come to this decision, we've made it. Now let's work as hard as we can on making sure that we get these youth summer jobs. For example, in terms of youth employment, if you're know a young person who could use the services of the youth employment services, please call up and refer them to them. If you're a businessman who has a job and can hire somebody for a summer job or for a year-long job, please, that's what we need to do. We need to find jobs and we need to match them with people. So the same thing is true in the other areas, that there's plenty of work to do to make this a success, or you can sit around and snipe. But public safety will be achieved by the community working together to achieve it, not by the continued sniping. Thank you.
Next speaker is Steve Bischoff.
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great, thanks. My name is Steve Bischoff. I've been a resident of Richmond since 1999. There are a couple of issues, I think, with pieces of the budget, one of which is in terms of the public safety. You've heard from the task force, and a lot of the ideas there are very, very good, I think, but you haven't heard from the entire community. The other thing is that some of the suggestions from the task force will affect how much work the police department has to do, crisis intervention being a really major item of that. But it isn't going to happen right away. And until it does, the police department has that as something they have to do. You could have, if you'd adopted option F, you could have moved forward task force recommendations without cutting the police department. What I wish you would do is find a way to not cut the police department for a couple of reasons. One of which is that you really do need to hear from the rest of the community. I'm not saying that the task force doesn't represent a lot of the ideas the community will have, but I am saying that what needs to happen is the city needs to reach out directly to some of the other neighborhood groups, the Council of Industries and Businesses, churches, so on and so forth, to really hear what people want and expect from the police department. I'm sure that those groups would be happy to help organize such an activity, but you really need to hear from the broader community before reducing the police department any further. And in the meantime, the police department does need some extra money just to make sure that its use of force and respect for the community is on line with what it ought to be. And that's going to probably cost a little extra too. So I hope you will find some way to hear from the community and not defund or not cut the police department as much as you have on mind so far. Thank you.
Next speaker is David Sharples.
Good evening, David Sharples, Richmond resident and a member of the community group ACE, calling in support of the Reimagine public safety proposals. Over the past 10 years, Richmond has invested in real community safety through ONS, RISE, and reentry success, and this has made Richmond safer. We need to expand programs that make Richmond safer. We need to expand our idea of who is doing public safety work. New staff doing violence prevention, mental health, response, providing services for the unsheltered, and youth jobs will enhance public safety. We cannot arrest our way to safety. That has failed and has ruined too many lives. Thank you.
The next speaker is Jocelyn Kay.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, good evening. My name is Jocelyn, and I'm a member of the Richmond Youth Council. First off, I want to thank City Council members, Public Safety Task Force members, and city staff who have all worked so hard to create these budget proposals. And I want to voice my full support of option E. And we need to continue supporting these programs like Youth Works, the Office of Neighborhood Safety, SOS, because reducing crime through actual prevention programs and addressing the root causes of these issues is not only more effective, but also more sustainable. And there's so much fear surrounding reimagining policing in our city, but please do not let these fears and what ifs prevent you from fighting for the progress that our city really needs. People need to stop pushing these narratives that it's dangerous or too radical. Frankly, I think there's nothing radical about taking care of your community and your youth. It's the bare minimum. Reinvesting in these programs is reinvesting in our future. Thank you.
The next speaker is Alita Tour. Alita?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm calling in today in support of the reimagining for Richmond. You know, this is a very important time to have the young people that work with us in the communities to be able to voice their opinions, to listen to the silent voices. And one of the ways that we are seeing that this is a movement across the countries, after seeing 2020 Corona pandemic and the uprising, it is essential that you understand why people took to the streets. As myself being a Black mother who has often had to think of the community that has always gone against those that have been most depressed, most, and talking about in the homeless encampments. I'm talking about those that we see at the libraries, mothers who have their children and no place. We are supporting this reimagining full-fledged because of the centrality of Black liberation struggles. And I want to say those words. I want to say that the radical folks that do not like the progressiveness of who we've become as a people must go back to say why these things happen in the first place. Why it is that anti-Blackness is in Richmond and the discussion still isn't being had in any institution or school. The value of an anti-genocide frame in which to situate the suppression and subjugation of Black students that I work with, Black workers that are trying to survive right now, Black women like myself, Black homeless, Black prisoners, is to say that we have been anti-Black. And just to have someone come to save the day is not to bring about a democratic processes. We are instituting that we, the people who built this country, have a right to
Thank you. Your time has expired. Our next speaker is Rob Lopez.
Yes, my name is Rob Lopez. I am a resident from Richmond, California. I organize with Direct Action Everywhere. I just wanted to drop a comment just because I want to see better choices for our community. The fact that even our mayor still laughs at the things that are going on, it's not even something that should be tolerated in our community. We should be listening to our community instead of just like pushing them to the side. We are calling for a reason, and we are trying to look out for future generations so we can make this community a better place. Thank you.
The next speaker is Jamie McBean.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Hello, everyone. Jamie McBean. Quickly, just wanted to thank the council, particularly those that have supported the reimagining public safety work that's been going on over the past few months. It's been a long road. There's been a lot of conflict. There's been a lot of work that has gone into bringing these to life and finally putting them forward. So thank you for all of that. And wanted to call out that this is really just the beginning of a much longer term process of reimagining public safety. We saw as a community all of the work and all of the dissension that arose when trying to emphasize the safety of members of the community, and that won't go away after this budget gets passed. So I want to make sure that the momentum is kept strong, that the fight for those in the community that have been marginalized still continues, and that we do everything we can as a community to make sure that these programs continue on and continue to serve the community in the way that they should. And just quickly, before I yield the rest of my time, I just don't want it to be forgotten that when the mayor was talking to two council members of color earlier and confused them, he said, "Sorry, you all look the same." So that was pretty alarming. Someone earlier brought this up on a call, so I just wanted to uplift that again and make sure that it gets remembered as we think about the future of these programs. Thank you.
And that was our last speaker.
Okay, let's bring it back to council members for comments. I see Councilmember McLaughlin and then Councilmember Martinez and then Councilmember Johnson, Vice Mayor Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to just start out by giving a big thank you to staff for all your hard work on this. Thank you to all my council colleagues. I want to thank the Reimagining Task Force for all its dedicated hard work on the Reimagining initiative. And I want to thank the public. I mean, you gave such articulate and in-depth comments throughout this process. Thank you, everyone. We have reached a milestone. I have a couple of comments and a question. So first of all, and some of this came out in the public's comments, but I want to stress it and add a little bit more to it. I don't think we should be using the defund language. And I did note that in the staff report on page 6, it says, finally, the budget also defunds the police department by $3 million. And that is not correct. We reallocated money, and actually, as the public talked about, the budget for the police department went up from 67.6 to 70.9 million. So if we had kept that 3 million in it, it would have been 6 million higher than it was this past year. I also want to state that other departments and of course other departments have shifts in funding as well, but we never use the defunding language for other departments. You know, we say, hey, certain positions were eliminated or the budget was reduced, and we should utilize an across the board uniformity with the language. This is not a defunding, it's a reallocation. It's a shift of $3 million to the Reimagining Initiative through the elimination of 12 vacant positions. Now, when a somebody resigns or retires, the police chief will be filling those positions because the only positions are those 12 vacant ones that are eliminated from the budget. And let me also state that as Antonio from Finance made it clear in his presentation, last year we had 40% of our overall budget in the Richmond Police Department budget. This year, we still have a large bulk of our budget being for the police department. It's simply went down from 40% to 38%. That's 2 tiny percents. And that is, just still a huge bulk of our budget, by far and large, the largest departmental budget in the city. I also want to encourage staff to collaborate with the task force on implementation of the Reimagining Initiative. That means to engage in a real dialogue with task force members, not just say, what are your questions? We'll answer them. No, we need a dialogue. And please have actual department heads and of course the city manager and the police chief, people who can make decisions involved in this dialogue. Because otherwise the process gets slowed down because a staff member will say, I can't make that decision. I have to bring it back to my supervisor. So please bring decision-making staff members to the dialogue process and do a real dialogue with the task force so we can get the hard work of implementing this initiative moving forward quickly. Now, here's my question. First of all, this has been brought up by members of the public as well. There are 2 community service officers added to the budget in the police department. They're non-sworn officers, but we had asked for no additional positions, new positions added to the police budget. And SEIU has stated that there hasn't been a full discussion with SEIU. These will be SEIU positions. That discussion needs to happen. Also, I understand there's a duplication of duties for these CSOs with what's already identified in the Reimagining Initiative, and we don't need duplication of services. So what my question is can we pass this budget with an amendment to eliminate the 2 CSO positions, to have staff consult with SEIU and determine potential duplication, or would we need to bring an amendment back at a subsequent meeting? So that's my question.
If I can answer, Councilmember McLaughlin, you certainly have a choice either way. I know that we'll be bringing back some other positions to council in subsequent meetings. And of course, you can do the same thing here. And you're right. We did present the draft job descriptions and the proposed salary ranges to SEIU. I want to say either in April or May, I forget now, but we didn't conclude the negotiations, and we will certainly continue on that path again. It's your choice. Either if you want to remove them from the budget, you can direct us to do that, and we can finalize that. We can keep it in there for now while we engage in the negotiations process.
And you can still adopt the budget tonight. We wouldn't have to bring it back.
Okay, that was my question. So even with elimination, you would just calculate it differently, but it still would be a passage of the whole budget minus those 2 positions tonight. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Councilor Martinez.
Yes, I actually had the same concerns, and but I was going to approach it from a different position. Number one, the narrative that we choose to look at this budget really colors the way that people look at it. And when we talk about defunding, that is not looking at it correctly, because I don't believe we are defunding, we are reallocating. Funny, the officers talk about losing police officers because we're defunding. Well, it's the police officers who are making that narrative and discouraging their own fellows from staying here in Richmond because of the narrative that they choose to approach this with. The police budget is actually increasing, so it's difficult to imagine defunding when your budget is increasing. So there's something wrong with that narrative. If we were defunding, their budget wouldn't be increasing, but it is. So it's not defunding, it's reallocation. And it's reallocation for positions that the community wants. And the other thing, I was looking at the budget, which we got. I guess we got it yesterday. I wasn't able to pick it up until today, so I really didn't have much of a chance to look it over. But you know, so there might be other things like the 2 community service officers that are being placed under the police budget when it should be somewhere else. But I don't know. Anyway, that's just a plug for getting the budget a lot sooner so that we can actually give it a good look over before we pass it. So those 2 points, getting the budget sooner and making sure that the narrative that we choose to look at the budget is not politicized. Thank you.
Thank you. We hear those comments on both counts.
Vice Mayor Johnson.
Yeah, really, I just wanted to take this opportunity because I have been pouring over both of these binders that you provided with the line items and information all day. And it's really great information. I just really wanted to lift up the work that Anil, Antonio, and the rest of the staff has been doing. I haven't seen a capital improvement budget since I've been here, and I'm not sure when the last time my colleagues have saw one either. So this is like, I really appreciate this. I'm not sure if you guys graduated from the Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, but this is some real magic that you guys brought, and I really appreciate that. And I just wanted to lift up the hard work that the staff did in order to bring these 2 budgets before us.
Council Member Bates.
I had a couple of questions I wanted clarity on. First is, what is the revenue that was generated from the Prologix sale and the other developers that gave us a tremendous increase?
I don't have that detail right in front of me. I can prepare a report and give you maybe the top 10 sales.
Well, approximately.
So we do know there was hundreds of millions of dollars in sales last year. What one particular one was, we would have to get back to you on that.
Well,
as Antonio suggested, the top 10.
Okay, well, I'm looking at about $200 million. Prologix was 117 million. It got to be at least, say, 150 million. And 150 million of that sales tax represents approximately how much?
So there was approximately, what was the chart, Antonio? 15 million in
19
million. So
close to $20 million
yeah,
as
in
a,
total.
as a minimum. Okay. What amount of that has been allocated to our pension deficits?
So we haven't allocated any of the proceeds from, or for the matter, any of our revenues toward pension deficits. As I alluded to earlier, it's not uncommon for cities to, as part of the long-term strategy, to identify or prepay or early pay or extra pay towards pension and OPEB liabilities. We, as you know, as I mentioned earlier, need to take care of our current year and plan for our next few years projected deficits. And so My sense is that once we get a long-term plan in place, that should be part of the strategy.
Well, the reason I'm asked the question is that recognizing we got a $20 million plus from the sale, and we got what, $38 million from the federal government for the pandemic. How much is it?
28.
28. So we're looking at almost $50 million of revenue this 1 year that won't be there next year. And therefore, we're spending it all. It appears to me that we get a bonanza of almost $50 million and we're spending it and we come with a balanced budget, yet knowing that next year, we're not going to have that $50 million for all of the needs and so forth. Has anyone thought about that and the consequences thereof?
Sir, I believe that we have, and that's where some of the points that Anil was making earlier and why we're going to continue to work with the council about the long term. Also to clarify, the federal government, the Treasury has been very clear that no money from ARPA, none of the $28 million can go towards towards pensions or pension liabilities. So that is expressly excluded from being able to use that funding for that. We also you all have, per your direction in the past couple meetings, what's incorporated in tonight's budget is only a portion of the ARPA funding. We would continue with a community needs analysis and continue to look at that as a possible source of funding to continue providing direct services over the next couple of years. So we are not spending all of that in the next fiscal year.
Now, I'm looking at this public safety initiative of $6.3 million. Is the PAL program eliminated and is not program?
The PAL program, as it's been supported over the past couple of years, remains supported in the same way.
Is being supported by the police department?
Yes.
Okay.
And the recreation and the community services department. It's fun. There are a variety of support that we provide for PAL, from computer support and staff support to direct funding. It's in several different department budgets, and my understanding is that all remains intact.
Well, when I first heard it, I was told that the police budget cuts eliminated the funding, but you're saying and reassuring me the PAL program is back within the police department budget.
So, and Neil or Antonio, please correct me, but I don't believe we have cut funding to PAL in any way. That was one of the potential cuts should a full $10.3 million be reallocated from the police department. And that is not what is happening.
Then can you identify how this $6.38 million in the public image initiative is going to be spent?
We can, yes.
How is that?
It's in 4 different programs. It is going to the Office of Neighborhood Safety. It is going for more youth jobs. It is going for unhoused and a variety of services around that. And there's also some placeholder money to talk about mental health crisis response.
Okay. The other question, well, it's not a question, is that a comment that the closest community participation in the city of Richmond is our neighborhood councils, not the task force, who some don't live in Richmond, but the neighborhood councils. And it started with Lansdowne as the chief of police, pulling the community together, where every August thereabouts, night out, we visit various communities. But in addition, the neighborhood councils have the voices of the community more than anyone, more than the council. And yet their voices have been ignored and thrown aside. And just finally, as a retired Alameda County probation officer for 35 years, I'm perhaps more acquainted with the operation of the criminal element than anyone. And I can tell you, criminals are not dumb. When a police department is weakened by lack of personnel, lack of individuals to respond, that's when the criminal elements surface. And unfortunately, my experience has been that criminal elements in our community is so impersonal. Most people can care less until it happened to them, as evidenced by the Dunn shooting, the killing there on Florida, and the killing throughout the city. It's the family members, and in particular in the minority community. It's the Black, it's the brown. We are the ones that are suffering. And I'm sick and tired of so many of these liberals, particularly the Caucasian liberals, who want to tell us in our community what is best for us. And I can tell you, every community, whether it's Black, white, green, or whatever, when you have a strong police department presence that drive up and down the street, that get out of the car and communicate with the neighbors and so forth, you will have an effective crime deterrent. And when police take 30 minutes, 40 minutes to respond to a crime, by the time they get there, the individual's gone. It don't have any effect upon so many of these liberals because they're not exposed to it. But in our community, we are the victims every day. And if you talk to Chief French, she will tell you over 75 to 80% of the crimes that occur is in the African American and the brown community. And if you collectively want to ignore that, all of a sudden, without a good, strong police presence, it's going to seep right over into the Caucasian neighborhood. It's going to be in your neighborhood, McLaughlin, the Richmond Annex, the Marina Bay. It's going to flow, and I can tell you that from experience. So you can ignore a strong police force with good top service people out there responding. You can ignore that. But there'll come a time when you'll regret it. And I'll be here to tell you about it too. So that is my comment. And I will not be supporting the budget for those particular reasons. Thank you.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Thank you. I just want to clarify some comments that Council Member Bates continued to say that are just kind of like, accurate. Like if you look at the budget and follow it through, you will know that we are, first of all, we are not spending all the ARPA money in this year budget. Only we are allocating $8+ million out of $20+ million that we are receiving. And we are in this process to hear the community. And the other part about hearing the community, I think like there is this narrative that is continue coming about, the community hasn't been here. When I saw like in these public meetings, like the majority of the meetings that we had and the majority of the public comments have been in support of what we are doing. The meeting that you and Mayor Tombat didn't attend when we give the direction to continue with this proposal, there were over 100 people, over 100 participants, and 3 or 4 out of the comments were in support of that. And I know that a lot, like there were so many different meetings, and the participation in the reimagining task force has been the most task force or committee that had kind of like 80 people, 80 participants making public comments. I know that there is need to engage more the neighborhood councils, but also there were meetings where the members of the task force were providing a significant presentations, and some of them decided not to give that opportunity to the task force for them to hear that. And then the other part about, well, there are some people that don't live here. Well, Ventario doesn't live in Richmond. And we are not saying that he should not be here because he worked here. He is the president of the RPO. He should be here. And we are saying like that other members are because they don't live, they should not be inclusive when they are part of this community. They are teachers in this community. They have organizations who are serving the community. So just kind of like this hypocrisy about double standards for some people, we should not. And I will say, if more policing and prisons make America safe, we'll be the safety nation in the world, right? So just kind of like that narrative that we need a lot of police. We are not saying that we don't need the police, but we are saying that in addition to the police, we need other services. And what we are doing here is to make sure that are other services. And I think like I want to make a motion because I feel like in this part, I don't know if the city staff it wasn't following direction from the city council and adding new positions to the police departments. And also in terms of like the collaboration that we want to see happening, as Council Member McLaughlin is saying, with the implementation of this proposal, we want to see that. And so my motion is that we move this CSO position into the reimagining public safety budget and put it there, so that implementation and that coordination decided how these positions are going to be implemented. So take it out from the police department, put it into the reimagining budget for further conversation and coordination of how we are going to provide these services.
I will second that. And it's quite clear. I think we could have them, those CSOs, coordinate, get information from the police if needed. But I think they do belong in the public safety reimagining initiative. So I second that.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. I believe Councilman Willis had his hand up and I haven't heard him speak yet. So
I'll try to keep it brief. I just felt the need to respond to a couple of comments just to add another perspective at minimum. First of all, thanks everybody for their hard work. And I do have a question that can be taken offline. This was a long process, and I know it was frustrating, heart-wrenching, and emotional for everybody, no matter where you sit on this issue. But I think at the core of it is we want to know that we feel safe. We want to know that our families are safe, and we want to know that we can come home and just be safe. At the core of it, no matter how you look at it, people in our community, especially me, wants to feel safe in the community that we love and are proud of. And I do believe that the proposals that are in the budget right now are part of public safety. It's just looking at it from another way. And I do say this as somebody who has been a victim of violent crime multiple times. In a split second of having a gun in my stomach or even pointed at my head while just shopping at a liquor store, I've had to have split second thoughts on who's gonna take care of my mom if I'm gone, what's gonna happen, how will people mourn me, or if I'm even gonna make it out of this situation. I've had that more than once in my life, and I never thought I would ever have to deal with that, but it has happened. And I also know friends who have been sexually assaulted. And even when I asked them, are they going to call the police or anything, there was a reluctance on our end. I never challenged it because it's their experience, it's their story. But there was a reluctance to call the authorities, but they didn't mind talking to me about it and having multiple conversations with me or other friends. It's clear that they needed somebody to confide in, but for whatever reason, they never felt the need to call the police. And those are cases that will never be known about because they never wanted to file it with them for whatever the reason may be. But I do know that they wanted to feel safe. Just that wasn't the type of safety they were looking for. I spent time in the past 9.5, 10 years door knocking in communities that people over the years had told me were dangerous. I have walked up to people's doors and they were shocked that I showed up at 6:30 at night because they were afraid for my safety, but not one moment going out with nothing but a clipboard and a pen all hours of the night, whether it's North Richmond, Central Richmond, South Side of Richmond, did I ever feel unsafe. I do know that people in those communities wanted to feel safe and they felt isolated with their issues, like there was nowhere to go to or no one they can talk to. That's part of the reason why I believe in these programs, because I want to actually spend time with those community members who don't feel like they're supported or feel safe by the own government that's helping run their city. I want them to be more engaged, and I want community members to believe in themselves too. Because I was one of those folks that didn't believe in myself or even knew where I fit in this community because nobody ever invested in me. And when I look at these programs, I do look at it as investing in community members and helping them give another perspective outside of crime and violence. And the last thing that I will say, I've heard this argument used a lot about how safety impacts the Black and Brown community in particular. But there's a lot of other things that impact the Black and Brown community that make them unsafe. When it comes to the housing crisis, Black and Brown community members are more vulnerable to displacement and homelessness or paying higher rent than other individuals in the community. When it comes to a good quality education, most of our schools of color, kids of color, are falling behind and not getting the best education that they're supposed to, and they're not keeping up with regular standards. And when it comes to jobs, I've seen a plethora of studies that show that Black and Brown community members are more likely to be in the underpaid jobs than they are to have any type of executive position that pays them six figures. And that is something that particularly affects Black and Brown women of color more than actually the men too, is the studies that I've seen. And then I look at all that, a struggling community, and then I'm also looking at data points that show me that Contra Costa County, our population is 9.5% of Black community members in the county, maybe about 16% of Latino community members in the county. And yet we are disproportionately overrepresented in our criminal justice system, either waiting for pretrial or being incarcerated. So there is a disconnection here. There is a severe problem and disproportionate injustice to our Black and Brown community. And the criminal justice system has played a role in that too. And the access and inclusion that members of our community feel like they have when it comes to getting a good job, having a stable place to stay, or even getting a quality of education so they can believe in themselves more than what they're told, which even I had a counselor in West Contra Costa County Unified School District. When I said I wanted to be a therapist, they just looked at my record alone, didn't talk to me. They just said, yes, Melvin, that's great. That is reaching for the stars there. How about we instead reach for the moon? Just based on what they seen on a piece of paper, but there was never any question about what was going on with me, what my struggles were. The only thing they looked at was my attendance record. So yeah, I believe in these recommendations. I believe strongly that it is public safety and a step in the right direction, but it is a hard step in the right direction too, because it's literally challenging how we view public safety as a whole and trying to take the approach in a different way. But it's a way that I'm invested in and that I want to be a part of making sure succeeds. So thank you everybody for your hard work, and I'm ready to move forward on this budget when the rest of my colleagues are willing to too.
And Mayor, I need a little bit of clarification on the motion. as I'm understanding it, the recommendation is to include the funding and the CSO positions, but not in the police department, in a different department. So the Reimagine funding would actually go up in total for what we are spending on. If I'm understanding that correctly, I would also like to ask the police chief to explain a little bit more about how that might be able to work. Did I understand the motion correctly?
The motion is that we put the money that is going for the COCs and place it in the Reimagining Public Safety, and then when the discussions about implementation occur, that there is a collaboration on how this position could be part of the Reimagining Public Safety implementation.
Okay, so as part of the implementation within the existing budget or within an increased budget to cover the cost of those two?
I am saying that we move the money, the CSO money to do that. Okay. And we are not saying that we don't need it. We are saying that is more about how these collaborations and happen. So we don't, as Councilmember McLaughlin said, we don't have this kind of like dual, because we know that in the implementation, there are some positions that are thinking about doing some of that. And also because the problem, like you hear, like SEIU 1021, it hasn't, you haven't collaborated to create this position. So you are bringing some position that might not happen at all. So what we are trying to do is to make sure that some of that happen in a collaboration.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. So I think we understand that better. I also, so that's something we can maybe take a look at, but if there's a little bit that you can offer, if that would be okay with the council, because we're trying to think a little bit on the fly right now.
Mr. Mayor? Mr. Mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
I'd like for the chief to come forward and articulate what this budget will or will not do to her ability to perform in responding to the citizens of this community. This community need to understand what they can expect with this budget passage. What are they going to respond to and what are they not going to respond to? Is there any time that is going to be a delay in responding? I'd like for the chief to spell it out.
Sure, and I think we have in several meetings been able to address some of those impacts, both in writing and staff reports, and to the council. The chief can share a little bit of that. I want to stay a little bit focused on adopting this budget as the motion has been put on the floor, and the impact in particular with the CSO positions.
Sure. So I know that there's a little bit of concern over why these positions are put in there now, even after the discussions that were had more recently. And so I just want to say that us department heads have to prepare our budgets early in the year. This is like February, before any of the recommendations came out. These were positions that we've been talking about for some time now. So this budget was created before we received any recommendations from the Reimagining Task Force. And then I also want to remind the council that last year, as we reimagined public safety, as we discussed reimagining public safety, the council at that time directed me to look at doing things differently and to meet the service needs of the community with the reduced staff. So in response to that, I looked at our operational deployment to find ways to do things more efficiently and with the service mindset that reduced with the reduced budget and staffing. So the community service officer positions was one of the ideas that we came up with and had been thinking about for a little while. And it actually takes positions that we currently have and reallocates them to the CSO positions because we wanted to enhance what some of our positions are doing now. So we couldn't just add those duties to existing positions. That's why we came up with the CSO position, because it could take on additional duties. Those are taking low-level police reports, doing traffic control, which will alleviate officers from doing those tasks, towing vehicles, issuing parking citations, and providing other services to the community. Now, we always put what we anticipate doing for the fiscal year into the budget, because if we don't, then we don't have the budget to do that. That's why we had to plan ahead of time, even though we're still in negotiations and talking to unions and stuff like that. And it still has to go to personnel board and all those other steps in order for it to happen. But I'm a little bit confused about the opposition of the positions. The position would allow for us to deploy professional employees who do not carry guns into low risk situations as requested by the community and as directed by the council last year. Again, these are positions that I currently have that I'm reallocating to do the CSO work. If I don't have the CSOs to do the work, I would still need the current positions that I have in my budget.
Well, what's the time sequence, and what are you going to respond to and you're not going to be able to respond to? Such as you indicated, as I recall last time, noise that was eliminated. Time in terms of your response is going to be lengthened. And there was several other areas where you just don't have the manpower to respond to.
So in response to your question, Councilmember Bates, those are more of the police officer positions. And when we first talked about losing the 12 vacant positions, I talked about the impacts that we're currently feeling because we don't have those positions. Now, I didn't anticipate losing as many people as I am currently losing to going to other departments and through these retirements that are happening a little bit more quickly than we anticipated. So while I didn't think there were going to be further reductions, we are looking at our operational deployment to see exactly what services we're going to be able to keep up with our continued reduction in police officers. So we lost the 12 vacant positions, and those were impacts that we were already feeling. But as indicated by the POA president earlier in open forum, we've lost an additional 4 positions already this month, and we will lose another several next month. So we may have to reduce our service levels additionally where we didn't anticipate having to do that before. I don't have exactly what that is right now, but I will definitely bring back to council as we look at what our staffing is over the next few months, what those reductions will be.
So I want to try to move this along. We've been making speeches for almost an hour now, and we all know how it's going to turn out. So there's no surprise there. First of all, I would like to offer an amendment. We have $8,703 shown as surplus in the budget, and my amendment would be to allocate half of that to next year's Juneteenth and half of it to next year's Cinco de Mayo, which would zero out the budget. So I'm asking the maker of the motion, Councilmember Jimenez, if she's willing to accept that.
That amendment, yes, of course.
Okay, and the seconder was Councilmember McLaughlin, is that right?
Yes, and I'm happy to include that.
Okay.
I do have a question. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
The question is to Councilmember Jimenez, because the way the motion was phrased, do we want, I'm thinking we should do it all in one motion, that we approve the budget with the allocation of moving the CSO positions into reimagining initiative.
I thought that was the motion.
No.
No?
No, it wasn't. That's I wanted to confirm that.
So the motion was just to move the CFO positions?
Right, yes.
Councilor Jimenez, would you consider adding to that past the budget? So we can get that.
I will consider to pass the budget and to add the Juneteenth and Cinco de Mayo.
Okay.
And
Councilor McLaughlin, are you okay with that?
I am, yeah.
Okay.
And just so the council is clear, the CSO positions are going to have to go to some department. So can you leave that to staff's discretion as long as it is not the police department?
Well, I think that's the city manager's prerogative anyway, but you guys are getting hung up in details. So I haven't had a chance to speak on this yet, but I'm going to. I have several concerns with the budget. One of them is that I think it's basically illusionary. I said before that the staff report said, and I quote, "The city continues to face a structural budget deficit," unquote. And we've not had, as a part of the budget process, any analysis of a 5-year plan. So we don't know, other than this coming year, we don't know how any of this is going to affect it. Second of all, the charter requires that the mayor work with the city manager to come up with the budget. That didn't happen. The city manager had her own agenda, and it didn't have much to do with the mayor. It had to do with pandering to the task force and including people who don't even live in Richmond. So I really resent that. That's a violation of our charter. Next, I don't agree with defunding the police. I think you guys know that. And finally, there was no allocation in the budget for a reduction of pension liability, which we all know the recent report from the state auditor said that Richmond had the highest pension liability in the state. And it wasn't very long ago, there was an article in the Los Angeles Times that said, quote, "Richmond is a stark example of how pension costs are causing fiscal stress across California," unquote. So as I said before, I think the budget is illusionary. Everybody's patting themselves on the back for defunding the police. But, when you really take it apart, it's a piece of garbage. So with that, City Clerk, would you call the roll and let's vote on this?
Okay, just let me clarify everything. This is to approve item I1 and also to direct staff to move the CSO positions to move the CSO positions to the reimagined public safety budget for further discussion on implementation, the staff collaborating with the task force team, and also to allocate half of $8,703 to fund Juneteenth and Single Day Mayo celebrations. Is that correct?
Yes.
I don't hear any objections.
Okay, here we go. Councilmember Bates.
Well, I appreciate the 8,000 going to the Cinco de Mayo and the Juneteenth, but I can't sell out $8,000 when we have such a huge concern about maintaining a strong police department. So my vote is no.
Councilmember Jimenez.
My vote is yes, and I wanted to say like how quickly, Mayor, you changed your thinking about a structural balance, because you have been saying that, quote, "We don't view the city as having a structural imbalance anymore." So yeah, my vote is yes.
Vice Mayor Johnson.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez.
Yeah, and I'd like to say that $8,000 is really peanuts considering what we're throwing at the other parts of the budget.
Right on.
Councilmember McLaughlin.
Yes.
Councilmember Willis.
Yes.
And Mayor Butt.
No.
The motion passes with Councilmember Bates and Mayor Butt voting no.
Johnson.
You did, yes.
Okay.
I'm laughing at that.
Folks are not unmuted.
The next item is I2. Would you read that, City Clerk, please?
Item I2 is to adopt a resolution approving the fiscal year 2021 through 22 appropriations limit for the city of Richmond pursuant to Article 13B of the Constitution of the State of California. Sorry about that. I wasn't ready for it.
Okay. Are there any questions on this item? I don't see any. Are there any public speakers?
We have one.
Okay. Call a public speaker, please.
The speaker is Mark Wasberg. Mark? You're very faint.
Can you hear
Your
me
volume
now?
is really low.
Shit here. Can you hear me now?
A little better. Go ahead.
Hear me now? Is that better?
A little bit, yes.
Okay. Can you hear me now better?
You can go ahead and start.
Mark.
That's okay. I pressed on. I thought you guys were going to talk about it, so I'll just wait to the next one on this.
That was the only speaker?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, is there a motion?
I'll move the item. This is just an item of appropriations that we have to do every year with the budget. So I move the item.
Second.
Okay, so motion by McLaughlin, second by Willis. Call the roll, please, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Bates,
Yeah, I guess so.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
No.
The motion passes with Mayor Butt voting no.
Next item is J1. Would you read that, please?
Item J1 is to direct staff to research into filing a lawsuit against Caltrans regarding the condition of our highways.
That's your item, Councilman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've been yelling and screaming about cleaning up this city, and unsuccessfully. I don't get any support from anybody. The gentleman that was there in front of the senior citizen building, well, they moved him. Yeah, they moved him all right. They moved him across the street. So, and then we'll look around, and no one is seen to be making an effort to clean up the entire city of Richmond. I don't understand it. So maybe I can get some support to ask Caltrans to clean up their portion. And maybe if Caltrans cleans up their portions in Richmond, maybe our city staff will get embarrassed enough to start cleaning up this filthy city. So this is the reason I placed it on the agenda. And in talking to Councilmember Martinez, I appreciate his support. And he raised a very strong amendment that I don't think should be amendment. We'll just incorporate what he brought forward, which I really appreciate, his interest and his desire to try to help clean up the city of Richmond. So I'd like to yield to my colleague, Councilmember Eduardo Martinez, for him to make a motion to coincide with what my ideas are. And hopefully, maybe we can get a unanimous vote to proceed. So, Councilmember Honorable Eduardo Martinez.
Okay, go ahead,
Thank you, Councilmember. Thank you, Councilmember Bates. Anyone driving the interstate corridors in West Contra Costa will see debris wherever they look. Much of this comes from the houseless individuals who were driven from the city proper. Evicting them would only have the issue migrate to another site. So relocation is the answer, not eviction. Relocation is the only solution. And this will take money from the state and the federal government. To prepare for federal funding, we need to have a plan. Therefore, I would like to make an amendment to the motion that in lieu of seeking litigation, we direct staff to coordinate with Contra Costa County and other West County cities with the aid of WITTAC and ABAG to petition the state for solutions. This is, if we try to clean up the city by evicting people, they end up on the freeways. If we evict them from the freeways, they end up in the city. They've got to have a place to stay. And we have to be, we have to reimagine public housing. We have to reimagine Richmond. We have to reimagine a Contra Costa County where everyone has a place, where everyone has a chance. So that was my amendment. And if nothing comes from that, then maybe we will have to go the way of litigation. But cooperation is the first step.
Did you get that amendment, City Clerk?
Could I just request that Councilmember Eduardo, could you make the motion that includes your comments? I'll second it. We don't have to make an amendment. We just one motion, clean as a whistle.
Okay, so the motion is to, let's see. The motion is that we direct staff to coordinate with Contra Costa County and other West County cities with the aid of WITTAC and ABAG to petition the state for solutions in the cleaning of the freeways. The solution that will work is relocation, not eviction.
All right, I'll second the motion.
All right.
Other questions from council members? Councilmember McLaughlin?
Yes, I'm glad that Councilmember Martinez revised that original motion, because I'm in touch with Caltrans and with actually an El Cerrito council member, and we've already, at least for one spot on Caltrans, we haven't set it up yet, but we're planning a Zoom meeting with Caltrans, with SOS, with a council member from El Cerrito. So I agree that and the concern is that people will get displaced. So I think your motion handles that well. So I support that, but I also want to state that at least for one entrance exit to the freeway, there is some work happening already, but I think the motion is like for a broader approach to this, and I fully support that.
Okay, any other questions from council members? There is some good news out there. I'm reading from an article that was just published a couple of days ago, but as a part of the budget that's due to be adopted by the legislature, California officials see a $1.5 billion beautification initiative proposed by Governor Gavin Newsom as the sweeping approach needed to clean up long-troubled state roadways, but also convince Californians that keeping streets trash-free is a group effort. The initiative, Clean California, would allocate money across the state for litter removal, infrastructure enhancements, educational programs, and art projects. Part of the governor's California Comeback Plan, it proposes a 3-year effort to beautify roadways, leveraging community partnerships and adding thousands of jobs, officials said. I think this is the first time in the state's history, the entire state's history, that we're taking a comprehensive approach to this challenge. Caltrans Director Tox Omashakin said of the proposal that needs the legislature approval by July 1st. And as far as I know, that's in the state budget that's due to be adopted. So,
Mr. Mayor, just one last comment.
Yep.
Many of you drive around this state, this area, Bay Area, as I do. And I find it appalling. You don't see this in Walnut Creek. You don't see this in Concord. You don't see these freeways like this in Pleasant Hill and some of the more affluent areas. And I just wonder why we cannot have the same respect in our community. And I think the governor and whomever else is in charge ought to be given notice to that effect. So thank you. That's my comment.
So we have a motion. City Clerk, do you have the motion down?
Yes, and we do have a speaker. We have one speaker.
Okay, call the speaker.
Mark Wasberg. Mark,
Can you hear me now?
very, very little.
Can you hear me now? Huh?
Okay,
Not,
go
not really
right
well,
ahead.
We can hear you now.
You hear me now, right?
but go
We
ahead.
hear you.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead and
Oh,
start.
yeah. You know, most of these people live in these homeless camps. So they don't want to do nothing with their lives, man. They're just looking for a freebie. You know, a person can do it. He can help himself. He does it if he really wants to do it. But they're just the low life. They don't want to go out there. All they want to do is take drugs and do alcohol and stuff like that. I mean, face it, more and more people are becoming homeless because they want to be homeless. They don't want to go out and work. You see it every day. This is why Richmond is such a hellhole. It stinks everywhere. Because you got people who don't want to do nothing with their lives. And they expect the government to set it up, give them a free place to live, give them free this and free that. This is what they want. They don't want to do nothing. And you got the RPA, the city council is a favorite. And for your question, that, you know, why there's so much crime in Richmond among the Black community? Because they're doing it to themselves. Ain't no white people involved in doing these people. It's not black on black crime, black on black murders. It's the Black people doing it to their own selves, to their own race. You got 328 homicides since 2004. Not one white person was involved with Black people. They're all doing to each other. So that's why there's so much crime. Because the Black people are doing it to themselves. It's all in the Black neighborhoods. I ain't trying to North Richmond and Southside. This is where it's all at, man. You should know that. All the stopping and violence and stuff. Most of the I ain't trying to stuff. What I'm saying is a person can help themselves if they want, but they don't want to do it. They always want to have some type of excuse of mental illness. I'm a drug addict. I'm an alcohol. Oh, I've been abused by my parents. I have some psychological problems. I can't do nothing anymore. Feel sorry for me. I don't buy that at all. Because most of these people just don't want to do nothing. All they just want to do is just be a bomb.
Your time has expired.
Okay, that was the last speaker.
Yes.
Okay, would you call the roll for the vote, please?
Okay. Councilmember Bates.
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Johnson.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez.
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin.
Yes.
Councilmember Willis. Councilmember Willis.
It's having some issues with internet right now.
Okay, and Mayor Butt.
Yes.
Let me go back to Councilmember Willis. Is he able to vote? Okay, I have to mark him absent.
Okay.
The motion passes.
Okay,
the motion passes with Councilmember Willis absent.
Would you call the last item on the agenda, please?
The last item is reports of officers, referrals to staff, and general reports, including J2. I'm sorry. Announce recent resignations from City of Richmond boards, commission, and committees, and announce vacancies as of June 23rd, 2021, and ask that interested individuals send applications to the city clerk.
Okay, so I do this once a month, appointing people to boards and commissions is one of the charters, one of the powers and responsibilities given to the mayor by the charter. And we take it seriously, and our goal is to try to fill all of these boards and commission seats and give people an opportunity to participate in city government. So I'll read this out as a way of trying to interest and recruit people to join these boards and commissions. As the city clerk said, it's easy to apply. You can do it online through the city clerk's office. So Art and Culture Commission, there are 7 commissioners and there are 4 vacancies. And starting in August, the Art and Culture Commission will be combined with the Public Art Advisory Committee. So that committee will actually go away. It'll become a subcommittee of the Art and Culture Commission. Commission on Aging, there are 13 seats with 1 vacancy. Community Police Review Commission, there are 9 seats. They're all filled. Contra Costa Mosquito and Vector Control, we have 1 representative, and we have a vacancy. I thought we had that filled, but I'll check with my staff on that. Design Review Board, there are 7 seats with 1 vacancy. Department of Children and Youth Oversight Board, there are 15 seats, 1 vacancy. ECIA Grant Review Committee, 5 seats with 1 vacancy. ECIA Transportation Oversight Committee, 5 seats with 3 vacancies. Economic Development Commission, 15 seats with 2 vacancies. Historic Preservation Commission, 7 seats, 0 vacancies. Housing Advisory Commission, 7 seats, 1 vacancy. Human Rights, Human Relations Commission, 9 seats with 2 vacancies. Library Commission, 5 seats with 1 vacancy. Oakland Airport Noise Forum, there are 2 seats, and actually I think we appointed a person to fill the last vacancy there tonight. Personnel Board, 5 seats, 1 vacancy. Planning Commission, 7 seats, no vacancies. Public Art Advisory Committee, we already talked about that. There are 7 seats with 2 vacancies, but those 5 people are going to transition to the Arts and Culture Commission. Recreation and Parks Commission, 9 seats, 0 vacancies. Reimagining Public Safety Community Task Force, 21 seats with 1 vacancy. Richmond Rent Board, 5 seats, 0 vacancies. Shimada Commission, 11 seats, 2 vacancies. Urban Forest Advisory Committee, 11 seats with 4 vacancies. Workforce Development Board, 39 seats with 13 vacancies. We obviously need some people to step up there. These are primary people involved in the business community. The Youth Council, 11 seats with 4 vacancies. And finally, the Joshan Commission, 11 seats with 1 vacancy. So we'd like to fill these up. People, step up. Okay, now you can read the last item on the agenda, Madam Clerk.
Okay, the item K is reports of officers, referrals to staff, and general reports, including AB 1234 reports.
Are there any reports from council members or staff, I guess? I don't see any. Are there any adjournment memorials? Don't see any. If there's nothing else, then we're prepared to adjourn. Have a nice evening. Goodbye.
You too.
You too.
Mr.
Thank
Mayor.
you.
Bye.
All right, staff. Thank y'all. City Council,
Good night.
Good night.
Thanks to everyone.
scholars and gentlemen.